This doesn't take account of.
Great. Okay, let's get started. Welcome to the sixth hearing of the Public Accountability and Work Committee's inquiry into the New South Wales Government's use and management of consulting services. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today or watching on the live stream. Today we'll hear from New South Wales Fire and Rescue, the Health Services Union, the Fire Brigade Employees Union of New South Wales, Dr. Julia Anaff, and the Accounting Professional and Ethics Standards Board. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. The transcript of today's hearing will be placed on the committee's website when it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, the House has authorised the filming, broadcasting and photography of committee proceedings by representatives of media organisations for any position in the room and by any member of the public for any position in the audience. Any person filming or photographing proceedings must take responsibility for the proper use of that material. This is detailed in the broadcasting resolution, a copy of which is available from the Secretariat. While parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence in New South Wales today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at the hearing. I therefore urge witnesses to be careful about comments you may make to the media or to others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it is important that witnesses focus on the issues raised by the inquiry terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. If witnesses are unable to answer a question today and want more time to respond, they can take a question on notice. Written answers to questions taken on notice are to be provided within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. In terms of the audibility of the hearing today, I remind both committee members and witnesses to speak into the microphone. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing? I now welcome our first witness, Mr. Jeremy Futrell, Acting Commissioner of New South Wales Fire and Rescue. Could you please state your name and position title and then swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Yep, so Jeremy Futrell, and I'm the Acting Commissioner of Fire and Rescue New South Wales. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Would you like to begin by making a short opening statement?
Yes, thank you. So good morning and thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. I appear before you in the role as Acting Commissioner of Fire and Rescue New South Wales, one of the largest urban fire and rescue services in the world. Next year we celebrate our 140th anniversary of delivering critical emergency services to the community of New South Wales, and that's a history we're very proud of. To give you a sense of fire and rescue service delivery, our firefighters are turning out to an emergency in New South Wales every 4 minutes, and this is done by close to 7,000 firefighters, both a mixture of permanent full-time firefighters and on-call firefighters, through a network of 335 fire stations and also 5,000 or close to 5,000 community fire unit volunteers. And while all the emergency services agencies have a shared responsibility for making New South Wales safer and we work closely together, Fire and Rescue New South Wales has a clear legislative areas of responsibility and has developed capabilities to service the community that are unique to Fire and Rescue New South Wales and cannot be delivered through other agencies. Fire prevention and response are our core focus. Our award-winning Fire Ed school program ensures that all children are educated about smoke alarms and escape plans. Our home fire safety visit program sees firefighters visiting people in their homes to talk to them about fire safety in the context of their living circumstances. We are also respected contributors to research in the fields of health and safety, fire dynamics and investigation, firefighting technology and capability development. We have successfully lobbied federal and state governments for improvements to the National Construction Code, greater awareness about the dangers of lithium-ion batteries, and improved fire safety solution in road and rail tunnels. As the lead combat agency for hazardous materials, our people provide advice to New South Wales Police, Transport for New South Wales and the New South Wales EPA among others, on the transport, storage and management of chemical, biological, radiological and nuclear material and the response to these incidents. Along with our partner agencies, our people deliver land and flood rescue, environmental protection and support counter-terrorism responses with New South Wales Police. Fire and Rescue New South Wales is the combat agency for structural collapse, and our humanitarian natural disaster capability is accredited by the United Nations. Firefighters are also trained to provide essential medical response and often assist New South Wales Ambulance in emergencies where their response may be delayed. We have 13 stations that provide the initial medical response as part of New South Wales Ambulance's Community First Response program. We run a lean operation. Our corporate support and trade staff represent just 7.5% of our overall workforce, and we've been independently benchmarked as one of the leanest and most efficient agencies in terms of the ratio of cost of corporate support to the frontline personnel. This is an important point because it is far below other comparable emergency services agencies. And from time to time, consultants are engaged to provide professional advice to inform decision-making and strategic capability decisions. It means we can access professional expertise without permanently increasing our numbers of administrative staff. And for example, consultants in 2021-22 overwhelmingly related to specialist services for single projects, and the total amount paid to consultants equated to approximately 0.15% of our annual expenditure. Fire and Rescue New South Wales has an independent audit and risk management committee to provide support on financial risk, internal audits and compliance, and are an important component of our governance structure. Our procurement policy is consistent with New South Wales Government procurement policy framework, meaning appropriate records are kept of procurement planning, management and decision making, and we comply with contract disclosure and formal requests for access to government information. We also have a comprehensive business ethics document which is provided to consultants that sets out the expectations when conducting business with Fire and Rescue New South Wales. These include acting with honesty, integrity and transparency, complying with applicable legal obligations, New South Wales Government and Fire and Rescue New South Wales procurement procedures and guidelines, conditions or requirements stated in documents supplied by Fire and Rescue New South Wales, respecting the obligation of Fire and Rescue employees, contractors and suppliers to comply with government procurement policies and guidelines, and delivering quality and value for money. Where possible, more economical options are to be considered before the use of consultants is approved. Before proceeding to engage any consultant, the outcomes need to be clearly specified and performance management process established. I look forward to answering your questions, and thank you again for the opportunity to appear before the committee today.
Thank you. I will go straight away, I think, to Mr. Buttigieg.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing, Mr. Futrell. Appreciate your time. I just want to sort of explore some of these issues related to, well, in your opening statement, you stated that Fire and Rescue New South Wales comply with all the probity provisions of and guidelines of the New South Wales Government. Now, the Fire Brigade Union's submission, have you read that?
I have.
And what's your response to this case study that they've used, which is, it was used in the context of, obviously, the engagement of consultants, but there's quite a few issues they raised there. In particular, there was the engagement of Mark Stidker from a period of 2017 to 2018, where they say the expenditure of some $500,000 was, there's no contractual documentation to back that in. What's your response to that?
Just give me a second, I'll quickly do some notes.
But
in a general sense, look, I'm very aware of the circumstances that you'll be interested in today.
Yeah.
I'm just referring to the contract, because there was a contract signed with Mr. Stidker at some stage. I just want to check the dates on that. And certainly, since I've started as acting commissioner, I'm able to talk about what we're doing now, what my intention and directions to the organisation are.
Sure.
But obviously, some decisions and actions have been taken in preceding years that may be questionable. So I'm happy to explain the information I can around those, but also sort of clearly set out what my direction and requirements of the organisation will be going forward.
Just for your benefit, to refresh you, Acting Commissioner, my understanding is that when the FBEU, the Fire Brigade Union, put in a GIPA request for the contracts. They weren't forthcoming. So that obviously the question is, do they exist or don't they? And you know, that's one of the things I want to try and tease out here today, because it goes to the integrity around the use of consultants, obviously. But take your time. I understand it's
They're yeah, so there was a proposal for partnership, and then also letters of engagement and a contract. So there was a contract signed on the 17th of October 2018.
right. And did the contract specify the nature of the work and the proposed expenditure?
Yes, it identified a number of workshops to be conducted, and that was set out for a period of 3 years from October 2018 to 2021, and the daily rate applicable to those pieces of work.
What was that daily rate? Do you have it there?
$6,000.
Okay. $6,000 a day. Have you had the chance to put a lens over that in terms of value for money?
I have. I can talk to what was delivered through those pieces of work, but I am aware that the daily rate was significantly higher than what might have been considered as the otherwise standard for that type of work.
Yeah. Does it concern you as an incoming acting commissioner that sort of arrangement was in place? Sounds like pretty good coin, $6,000 a day.
Yep. So there was a range of activities that Mr. Stitka undertook for us for Fire and Rescue New South Wales, and as I said, that was over in total close to a 4-year period. Noting the higher than normal rate that was paid, I am far from comfortable with that. But the work that Mr. Stitt delivered for us was everything he was asked to provide in terms of all the workshops and the sessions with various members of the organisation. I guess it's a question of quality in relation to that work. He came with, from what I'm aware, a bit of high level experience and was well credentialed in that area. Whether or not that justified the daily rate, that's probably for others to answer.
And extrapolating over that period, that it ran into the millions of dollars, didn't it? The engagement? No. It totaled $707,000 in total. It was paid to Mr. Stitka over that 4-year period. Okay, and this $500,000 sort of missing. What the FBEU was saying is they couldn't get contractual documentation to justify 500 of that $700,000 spending. Yes, look, and one of the issues that did occur was there was a bit of scope creep, I guess you'd call it, and again, very conscious of where that sits in relation to following appropriate procurement and engagement processes and practices. So there were additional items that fell into the work that Mr. Stitka then undertook. So is it fair to say we had this sort of broad-based, fairly loose contractual arrangement that allowed scope creep, and it was just kind of, we'll live with that? There was two main pieces initially his engagement was to run some sessions, sort of early stage type sessions for the executive leadership team, working on the preliminary pieces around developing a new strategy for the organisation. Subsequently then there was two main engagements, one around the development of that strategy, and then also looking at the culture of Fire and Rescue New South Wales and some work related to that. And in terms, so this is important because, and I think, without wanting to verbal you've kind of put it on the record that you did have concerns. So in terms of the probity and the governance around the contractual engagement and then the monitoring after that, are you confident that those processes in place now would prevent or perhaps pare back some of that expenditure, which seems excessive? I mean, has anything changed from the internal processes which allowed this to happen from then to now, is what I'm saying?
Yes, there has been, and I do have a higher level of confidence than what one may have had previously because of that. Within the organisation, there's a much greater level of awareness about these types of issues, and it's unfortunate that these events or circumstances around this engagement occurred in the way that they have, and it's left this sort of doubt over it. I spoke before about the history, 140 years almost of fire and rescue is something we're very proud of, but with that becomes a responsibility to look after the organisation and protect the good reputation of that. And I know this is the sort of thing for many of us that doesn't enhance the reputation of fire and rescue in New South Wales. If anything, it tarnishes it or diminishes it. So there's definitely a strong will from across the workforce to make sure these things are done properly. In a more formal sense, though, we undertook an investigation of all of this, and that was done by an external independent company that was provided to the ICAC, as was required under the terms of that engagement and the initial disclosure that had been made. And then it was also subsequently forwarded to the audit office, and they developed an action plan to put into place things to address that. So those actions have been taken, things like updating our procurement policies and frameworks so that it's all completely up to date with the New South Wales Government policies in that area and compliant with that, and then also running some sessions for staff. So even just 2 weeks ago, the executive leadership team undertook some training with the ICAC training section, and that was on procurement and contract management. So measures like that, raising the elevation and the importance and the understanding of it amongst our staff. Now, my intention is to continue rolling out that particular training to some of the next layers of management, and then also be looking at other offerings that ICAC provide through their training program to incorporate those as a regular schedule of sort of professional development and learning for our staff.
So, Commissioner, this was part of the broader Plus plan. Were there any other parts of that Plus plan engagement? What did the Plus plan cost?
Yes, so, and I know this has been a point of some interest in sort of seeking clarity on it in other budget estimates hearings and so forth. So if I can provide some explanation, and then I'll come to some more of the specifics around the costs. The Plus plan was
just for the benefit of the committee, my recollection was on budget estimates when we asked the former commissioner what the budget was, he couldn't tell us. All he said was that it was millions and millions, and it sounded like it was a pretty broad-based, all-encompassing program.
Yes, and I think that sort of goes to some of the confusion and the misunderstanding around this, and probably the need for some more straightforward and tangible explanations, which I'll try and provide for you now. And the genesis of all this work predates my commencement on the executive leadership team, but I was close enough to things to have an understanding of.
I was going to ask you about that now that you mention it.
Yep.
That executive leadership team, did that have any direct oversight of that STIDCA engagement in terms of this sort of opaque contractual nature? Like, did it go up to the ELT? Was it talked about? Because I wasn't on the executive leadership team at that stage, I wasn't aware of what discussions they may or may not have had. But from coming on to ELT in the second half partway through 2018, there was already the engagement with Mr. STIDCA underway. But primarily
the details of that engagement had gone between the Program Management Office, which was running the work to drive the development of the strategy, and they were reporting to the then Commissioner at that time.
And the Audit and Risk Committee, were they involved in any of this, do you know?
Again, not being on ELT at that time and engaging with the Audit and Risk Committee in the way that I do now, I'm not sure what level of awareness they had. There was certainly information provided to them about the fact that Fire and Rescue were developing a new strategic plan, which came to be known as the Plus Plan. But as to the extent of any details and visibility of those details I had, I'm not sure.
But that internal investigation that you've done subsequent into that engagement, that didn't drag up any minutes of the ELT or the Fire and Audit Risk, because you imagine this should have all been minuted if it was raised at that level. What I'm trying to get at, Commissioner, is that it would be somewhat concerning if you have an executive leadership team and a Audit and Risk Committee who knew nothing about this engagement.
Yes, and so, as I say, I'm not exactly sure of what details they were provided at the time.
Are you able to get that for us? Because I imagine that'd be it's either recorded or it's not, right?
I'm happy to take that on notice,
Great.
Mr. Buttigieg, and see what records that are available.
Okay.
Can I just clarify on that then? Because I think we've heard a lot of wanting, obviously you weren't there at the time, and it makes it very difficult, but to the extent that there is any information, any documents, minutes of meeting, anything with the original contract, anything of that nature that you can give us that sheds light on this matter would be really useful if you could do that on notice.
Yes. Yep.
Thanks, Commissioner. Now, I interrupted you with that sort of tangential line of questioning. You were going to articulate the overall Plus Plan, I think.
Yes, so the Plus Plan was the name that was given to the organisation's new strategic plan. So the previous organisational strategic plan had expired in 2017. Commissioner Baxter commenced around April 2017, and then the timing was sort of there that the new commissioner starting and a new strategic plan needed to be developed. So then he was in obviously an area of focus for him. There was work done around the organisation to talk to different layers and different people in different parts of the organisation, try to get a snapshot of it. From all of that, some of the conversations that were held were what do you call a new strategic plan? And because of the sort of focus of the strategy that was being developed and all the different things that Fire and Rescue do, the sort of consensus or the way that came out of the different group sessions and the engagement was it talked about doing, Fire and Rescue doing more than what had been perceived as just sort of structure fires. And so trying to communicate that and sort of package it all up, they came up with the name of the Plus Plan. So the Plus Plan was really just the strategic plan for Fire and Rescue New South Wales from the period of 2018 to 2023. The costs associated...
Strategic plan in terms of strategic plan for what? Communicating with the public on what FRNSW does?
Yes, that was some of it. Also focusing on the development of what our capabilities are. So that some of my introductory comments talk to some of that, where we had done some work as a sort of testing community perceptions of what they knew of us, and it was seen that there was sort of limited knowledge of the things that we do beyond firefighting. And so for us, our real core roles are around responding to fires, both in an urban environment and bushfires, rescue and all facets of rescue, whether that's car crashes, industrial and domestic rescue, or the structural collapse work that we do both in Australia and internationally, and hazardous materials response, so responding to chemical spills and leaks and those sort of things. And then also our legislative responsibilities around preventing fires and keeping the community safe. And so I guess the genesis of it was that the broader community and the perception was also parts of government didn't have the understanding that we did all those other things. So it was an attempt to try and focus on those areas of capability
Yeah.
while also better explaining ourselves to the community and government about who we were.
So, okay, so you've got this pretty significant spend on the Plus plan,
Yep.
and a subset of that was the Sticker engagement. Were there any other areas of the Plus plan that have given you concern about the probity in the process in terms of the procurement, vetting? Any other red flags besides the Sticker stuff?
No, but there are a few other elements that were associated with that, which I'll touch on in a second. So to former Commissioner Baxter's comments at previous estimates hearing, where he said it would cost millions and it was hard to explain.
Yeah, that was the quote.
And I'm not here to try and explain what Paul's comments were, but I guess to try and give you the concept of, I can see clearly some costs that were associated with the engagement of Mr. Sticker and some other associated parts of the development of the strategy. The development of that strategy and our yearly objectives under that then become almost separate criteria of all the business as usual and other activities that we were prioritising. So at the risk of trying to explain former Commissioner Baxter's comments, I think he was talking about the millions and millions were, the fact that we were getting new trucks, we were enhancing capability in, firefighting and hazmat and all those other things, which was all the things that you'd want in a strategic plan to identify as these are the important things that we need to work towards over the next few years, and they were all the achievements in that.
Are you saying he was conflating
Yes.
other expenditure outside the Plus plan with the millions?
My interpretation of his comments was that it was referring to all the things that we were delivering over the course of the strategic plan. But you can identify...
Because that's not the way it came across in the question. Like, there was a direct question about how much
Yes,
the Plus plan, and it was
I
millions
was
and-
listening intently, and I understand your comment.
Yeah. In terms of... Chair, how long have...
Would it be all right if I was to step in just briefly on
Absolutely.
different... Yep. I just wanted to take us a step back. So that's been a very interesting line of questioning, and thank you for your responses. So we have, I don't think it's unusual, I think we'd all agree it's not unusual to bring in somebody to consult on developing a strategic plan, to have that external person come in and sort of shepherd that process. What we're looking at here is an individual being brought on at what looks to be quite exorbitant cost. And from what I'm hearing from you, Acting Commissioner, you're not disagreeing that was quite significant in terms of the cost. Is there any argument to be made that this $6,000 a day was actually, some sort of crystallisation of prior work, or was it purely a contract to work a certain number of days at $6,000 a day?
The latter. So contract to work a certain number of days on the things that were specified.
Right.
I'm not sure, though, what you would have been referring to in crystallisation of earlier work.
Sorry, I was saying I wanted to sort of crystallise what we were saying
Yes.
here in the inquiry. So we've got $6,000 a day, which you would think far exceeds the annual salary of, I don't know, of anyone in management within fire and rescue. That seems to be quite an exorbitant amount. You are aware, presumably, of the standard contractual terms. What's it called? The standard contractual framework for appointing consultants, which has been in place since 2018. The figures for the hourly rate agreed by the government to pay consultants in that case has not been made publicly known or available, unfortunately, but you would probably be aware of those terms. Are you aware as to whether this $6,000 was obscenely above that standard rate, or just a little bit above? Are you able to give us any kind of a...
Look, I've obviously, got across some of the detail on all this, but I wouldn't sort of claim to know every exact detail in and out. But my understanding is it's a fairly substantial increase above what the normal rate would be for that type of thing.
Looking at your consulting spend in the annual reports, and perhaps you've got this detail. It looks to me that there's around Fire and Rescue spent about 18 million on consultants since 2010. Does that sound about right to you?
I'd suggest that may be close to the mark. I haven't got them configured in that way, but I could confirm that and come back to you on notice if you wanted.
Thank you.
Yep.
If you
So
could
that was from 2010.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you could come back to us with the breakdown of, I've had a look through some of those, and obviously there's quite a bunch that are, you know, technical, environmental. There's quite a lot of
Yep.
work to do with PFAS, but then there are significant sums of, you know, for example, to KPMG in I think it was 21-22 for management services. If you could come back and let us know
I can
sort
talk
of the
to
breakdown.
the details of those now if you
That would be
like.
very
I just didn't
useful.
have that total figure of
That's
the
fine. That would be very
13
useful.
years added up. So the 21, do you want to go 22, 23 or 21, 22?
22-23 would be great.
Yes.
And then sort of
Yep.
going back a couple of years.
Yep. So you after all of them or just...
Just the spend on the big four would be interesting if
Yep.
you've got that. Perhaps
yep,
provide the
I
rest on
do.
notice.
So for the big four,
Mm-hmm.
for 2022-23, we've got 87,000 for KPMG.
Mm-hmm. And that's management services.
Yes.
Do you
So KPMG, yep. So there's a couple of things on that one. They're also our internal audit provider now, so that contract's just commenced.
Mm-hmm.
But for those management consultancies, there was a couple of particular things. I might take the details of that one on notice, the 87,000.
That would be useful.
Yep. And then 2021-22, there was 3.8 million to Deloitte's, and that was the only Big Four consultancy that was engaged.
Is that IT services? What was that?
Predominantly, again, I'd take that on.
Yeah, if you
on
could.
notice, the
3.8
details of
million
that.
is quite a large
Yep.
amount. Yep.
Sorry.
Yep.
2021, we had correction. I'll just double check those figures because they were 87,000 for KPMG in 2022-23.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just with that KPMG one, so I'm just
Yep.
looking at the annual report. Is that for finance and structure reform?
Yes.
So they did that work for 2 years, doing finance and structure reform, and now they're the auditor as well. Has there been any probity on that engagement of them as auditor after they've done that work?
I'll just confirm that was the work that they did for you.
Yeah.
So I'll take that on
Thank you.
notice. And then our internal audit engagement, obviously, that they've all got a limited period on them, and then goes out for tender and selection as
Yeah.
well. So
Yeah.
that process was followed.
Okay.
Any other red flags with the consultants besides the Stigka stuff? that have come up?
Yeah, so the ones I just referred to earlier when you were asking some questions before, Mr. Buttigieg, were around some of the costs associated with the Plus plan. And there weren't necessarily concerns, but they are ones that stand out to you. So where we were...
Apparently there's a mob called Brand Council.
Yes.
500,000, 17 over 2017 to 19.
Yes. And so the other element, and to your question around what the Plus plan cost, was to do with a branding piece of work that was undertaking, or rebranding, I guess, of trying to, and the intention of it was to sort of parallel that understanding that people outside of fire and rescue didn't have a full appreciation of all the things that we do as an organisation. And so some of it was tied to trying to reposition the organisation or better represent the organisation. And so there was work with Brand Council around those elements.
So here's the thing, right? So you've got these massive calamities, fires and weather events. You've got the Fire Brigade Union on one side, and I think the public sympathetic with not enough equipment, not enough stations, under-resourcing. And then in parallel, you've got these what sound like, I don't want to denigrate them, but, rebranding exercises, strategic directions, educating the public, millions and millions of dollars of public money, when a member of the public would be looking at this going, well, what are we spending all this money on consultants for when we could be buying fire trucks, we could be putting on more firefighters, and it then becomes a political campaign about getting more resource, which fed into the election campaign, obviously. But wouldn't the easier thing to do just to be to go, look, do we really need a $500,000 rebranding exercise? Let's just buy new fire trucks or open fire stations or put on more fire. I mean, that's the kind of lens that the public would be putting this through. And I want to know whether or not the culture within Fire Rescue New South Wales, which allowed this to happen, has, in your view, changed to the point where we do get more probity and value for money.
And not only the obligations of us as the custodians of public money to provide good value to the community, but also our firefighters have expectations of wanting to have, good equipment, good training, and have that confidence to go with it. So that's something I'm very, very conscious of as well, in addition to those other things.
Commissioner, could I just a point of clarification just for my understanding. So the branding, I've forgotten the name of the consultancy, the
Brand Council.
Brand Council,
Yep.
that $500,000, was that part of that Plus program as well? So there were multiple, so it wasn't just Mr. Stitka, there was Brand Council, and were there others involved in that? So there were multiple consultants in that program.
Yeah, so there was, and this sort of what I'll just go through the detail for you, if you like, over a couple of financial years to sort of try and explain it. And then you've got a more clearly defined answer to what the Plus plan cost. And if we talk about what the Plus plan cost in the context of the work done to develop the documentation and the stuff around our fire and rescues brand and all that sort of work, separate to the things that we were delivering over the course of the following years of trying to make the organisation better and improve things. So going through the accounts and the use of consultants that have been reported, my calculations are it was $1.67 million spent in 2017-2018 around the development of the Plus plan. So that included those elements of Mr. Stitka's engagement, plus things like the Brand Council and some other associated contractors with the branding and identity type of work. Now that's just for that one financial year. So some of those headline figures that you've got for the total cost of an engagement with Brand Council for $500,000 or thereabouts reflect an ongoing engagement over a 2 or 3 year period, continuing with that that work. 2018, so 2017, 2018 was probably the highest cost there for specific plus plan activities in the development of that. Rolling into 2018, 2019, going through those reported consultancies comes to $757,000. Again, some of those are ongoing communications, ongoing brand council one, that sort of stuff. And then from there, it pretty much comes down to then just Mr. Sticker's ongoing engagement for the subsequent years.
Acting Commissioner, if I could just ask, and I don't want to be flippant about it, but considering fire and rescue, the clue is kind of in the name about what fire and rescue do. Do you think it's reasonable that there might be some public scepticism that an organisation called fire and rescue, there might be ambiguity about its functions that would require hundreds of thousands of dollars of think tanking to figure out what it is it actually does and how it presents it? Do you think that might present some...
Yes, I think there's some validity in your position there, and I don't disagree with much of what you're outlining. I guess it is always a balance for all government agencies to focus on your work and do our job really well. And look, you know, I touched on before my focus about what our firefighters want and need, and wanting to give them the confidence that our leadership team are looking after their interests as much as we are.
Now, I think this is the issue, and if I could be a little bit more pointed, and it's not directed at you. You're an acting commissioner. You've come in and inherited all these cultural issues, but the allegation or the inference from the FBEU submission is that you've got this culture that allowed the former commissioner to pretty much employ what looks like a friend on pretty good money to do a Mickey Mouse exercise, $6,000 a day. But the issue is why weren't the ELT across this? Why weren't the Risk and Audit Committee across it? And are we confident that this wouldn't happen again? I mean, that's leaving aside all those broader issues which my colleagues have raised about branding exercises and whatnot. I mean, that's the crux of this. Can we be confident that this can't happen again?
Well, I touched on some of those before. I also omitted the some of the changes we put in the way our procurement teams reporting lines work now, and so they're reporting to the Executive Director of Finance, and she's got good oversight over them. They've also gone through a registration process with Procurement New South Wales and accreditation with that, and so to maintain that accreditation, there's a whole series of quality control type checks and audits and reporting that they need to do to satisfy the external oversight from Procurement New South Wales to make sure that we're doing all we can and we're following the processes properly. A lot of it then comes down to the culture and to your question there, and so that's the leadership intervention from myself and some of my other colleagues to set those very clear expectations and make sure that people fully understand their responsibilities as public officials to make sure that due process is followed. And the ability for people to raise concerns and have the confidence and comfort that they can, if they are sensing or seeing something that they think might be a little bit untoward, that they're empowered to raise that with myself or any of the others. I'm sorry,
Mr. Latham's been waiting for the call. I just wanted to, because I got interrupted as well, I just wanted to come back to that when we were going through all of the consulting spend. Just on one of those, you mentioned that Deloitte had $3.8 million
awarded correction.
to them.
Sorry, that was an error on my part there. I think it was...
Because that doesn't appear in any of the...
Yeah, 387,000. I think I misread the numbers.
Sorry, it should be what? How much?
387,000.
Okay, it's still not... There's no
correction.
Deloitte
Oh,
expense.
sorry. Yeah. Very embarrassing. It was $3,877.
Right, then that would be why it hasn't.
Yes.
Okay.
So I was just misreading the table.
Thank you. That clears that up. Mr. Latham.
Acting Commissioner, just on the point that was raised by Dr. Kane, in terms of your statement that the Plus plan was to help explain to the community and government who we are, well, government obviously knows who you are, and I don't think in the community there's any confusion that a fire and rescue organisation undertakes fire and rescue. Have you got a media and communications unit working for you?
We do.
And how many people are employed there?
I'd have to confirm the figures. I'm happy to take that on notice, but it's in the order of 10 or so.
10. So haven't you got a responsibility as the taxpayer in communicating to the community who you are, where I think your public reputation's well known and well established, to use your resources in-house? You've got 10 people working in a media and communications unit. Isn't it their job day by day to communicate who you are and what you do?
It is, and that's very much what's happening now. So, those decisions that we've been talking about the last little while were ones from 4 or 5 years ago. In that time, we've also built more capability in those areas internally, so that we do have the staff that are a better place to do some of that. And certainly, the way that our media and communications team's been engaging and getting fire and rescue showcased, I guess, in the sort of regular media cycle and so forth is reflective of the good work they're doing and the benefit that's providing for our organisation.
But do you think this is the thing that really annoys the taxpayer? That instead of going to in-house resources to achieve a task, communicating to the public what you do, and you've got 10 people working day by day on that, it's always the soft option to go out to consultants, in this case Plus Plan, which just seems so rudimentary to communicate to the public, and spend an extraordinary amount of money that could otherwise be allocated to employing more staff, buying more equipment, and doing an even better job. I think your public reputation is very strong, but the public and the taxpayer in particular would want you to spend resources on your core functions and utilise your in-house resources of media and communications to do all the things that Plus Plan was supposed to do at this huge extra cost.
Yes, at the time we didn't have those resources that we do have now in that media and comms team, so they're much better set up to be able to do it.
How many did you have back then?
I'd have to take that on.
I had contact with them at different times about 4 or 5 years ago. There seemed to be a lot of them. And how hard is it day by day to communicate what you do?
Oh, again, and I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, Mr. Latham. I guess probably the different roles or backgrounds that those people at that point in time might have had, as opposed to what their functions and responsibilities are now, and so there's been some changes in focus in there. But I agree that our focus is on delivering the best possible fire and rescue and emergency hazardous materials response that we possibly can. And as I sort of mentioned before, there is a balance to be struck there where we have to focus on that, but we also have to make sure that the organisation is presented as best possible as it can. And despite the obvious things with the name or things that sort of seem quite self-evident, at different times we did have trouble communicating and explaining our message effectively to other parts of government and even to the community at some time. So there was some research done that sort of showed that there was a lack of understanding of what Fire and Rescue New South Wales did, with it the community's understanding of who we are and what we do as an organisation being predominantly only knowing about structure fire response. And so to showcase our value, there will be times when we want to talk to government or other parts of the sector about the role that fire and rescue is playing beyond just that. I agree, we do have, and it's something I'm very protective of, that very good reputation that we have amongst the community, and that's based on the fact that our firefighters do an absolutely fantastic job, and the care and compassion that they show in the way that they do their work as well. So they're not just turning up and putting someone's fire out or cutting them out of a car and shooting off. It's the other things that they do around that. And so with that, our firefighters have a good detector for things that might seem a bit unnecessary as well. So in terms of the culture and the sort of self-policing or that oversight, staying in touch with what our firefighters are seeing and saying and sensing from the stations is really important for the senior leaders as well, so that we know that we've got a good measure of how it looks to them, but then also that what we're doing is hitting the mark.
Is it true that in the rebranding of your logo, you're changing from FRNSW to F plus RNSW? There was a new badge developed as part of that. It incorporated the traditional
call the previous crest of Fire and Rescue New South Wales, and then put some words around that in a red sort of shaped box to try and, the thinking was to try and highlight that. And the way that was expressed was with a plus for the word and, or instead of an ampersand, I guess.
How much does it cost to change all your logos and branding to add a plus?
Well, there are costs associated. They've been previously reported in the statements and in estimates, but all of those things were done progressively as new equipment was brought into service, or trucks were due for respraying. And
has the public got the right to think what's gone wrong with the leadership of this organisation, that instead of focused intently on fire and rescue and public safety, you're in the business of adding a plus into a logo that no one particularly cares about? Like, they just want you to perform the public safety functions as efficiently as possible.
Well, yes, and we do that. And I just refer to my previous comments. One thing, and it's just a small anecdote, but people did stop me and say, "Oh, you're doing rescue now." So, if nothing else, there was a sense that what we do wasn't fully understood. That was somewhat confirmed by that. But as I say, there's a balance to be struck, and so that balance is being able to demonstrate our value to community and government the best way that we can. Now, whether or not that was the best way for that to be done, I guess time will tell, or other people will judge that.
So can I ask, we seem to all be in furious agreement that spending this amount of money, firstly on the strategic plan, where we had $707,000 over 4 years, the whole branding exercise, it all seems to be a waste of money, and a significant amount of it was a waste of money, perhaps. You have told this committee that things have been done now to make sure that doesn't happen again, and I understand that you're the acting commissioner. There's a contract, as I understand it, that's just been agreed with Deloitte between Fire and Rescue New South Wales and Deloitte. This contract was entered into on the 8th of May of this year, and this is with Deloitte to develop, plan, consult and prepare the Fire and Rescue New South Wales 2050 Vision Proposal document, and that is for $294,000. What is that? Is that not just repeating the same mistake?
Well, and some of that has been curtailed. So we had a recalibration on that work that was going to be provided by that.
What does that mean?
Well, we've reduced the scope of it. And so we were about to start thinking about our next strategic plan, because the Plus plan ran till 2023. But wanting to get a sense of what we need to do to make sure that the things we do in the next 5 years align with what's being forecast as the likely big impacts on the scope of our operating environment. So obviously we've had significant changes in terms of urban density, in terms of major sort of planning around futures of cities and all those sort of things, new technologies.
Can I stop you there?
Yep.
That contract duration went from the 8th of May to the 19th of July. So we're looking there at 2 months of work for $294,000 to prepare this vision proposal. Are you saying that amount didn't get paid, or now after they've done that initial work, the scope of their future work has been renegotiated?
I'll take that on notice of the exact details of where that contract arrangement.
Because I think this goes to that
It does.
issue
It
of
does.
that cultural issue
It's
of
directly relevant.
if we can say, okay, fine, we don't have the exact same people in charge, we don't have the same commissioner, but when we talk about all of the committees and the other people involved in those mistakes previously, it doesn't look like we are changing tack now and actually correcting what we did in the past. This is quite significant, that it seems like Fire and Rescue has doubled down on those previous mistakes, and we're now getting Deloitte in $250,000 for 2 months of work to do the same thing.
As I say, the challenge for us was to look at what we thought was the biggest things for the future, but we then also reassessed what was going to be happening there. So I'll come back to you with the details of.
Thank you,
of
Mr.
that engagement.
Primrose.
Why couldn't you do that in-house? Why did you need an external agency to come in and tell you, the professionals, with all the resources that you have and the historical knowledge, given the choice between asking a bunch of consultants and asking professionals, experienced professionals, such as those in fire and rescue, I know the group that I'd like to be asking about what you should be doing in the future. Why did, this is a fundamental question we keep saying, why did you need to go outside of your organisation to say, what is our vision for the future? What are we trying to achieve?
Yeah, so it was going to be for us to decide the vision for the future, but we wanted to be as well informed as possible. And so part of the thinking around whether we could do that in-house or not came down to the fact of have we got the people with the capacity to be able to do that. And I touched before on a relatively lean agency with that sort of back-of-house work. But also we know our business really well, and we know in terms of the fire and emergency sectors what the probably likely things are to happen in the future. But we also wanted to be well informed and connected to all the other pieces of work that were being undertaken. So some of the explanation for that is to make sure that other elements around transport, urban planning, all those sort of big picture pieces were factored in.
May I ask, and this is my only other question then, is that in terms of finding out all that other bits of work, why couldn't you, as an agency of the New South Wales Government, ask those other agencies of the New South Wales Government, rather than have to go and pay external consultants to find out what other people in the New South Wales Government were doing? This is just a fundamental question we're looking at, is people continually pay money to go outside to consultants who then will tell them what other parts of the New South Wales Government are proposing to do. And I don't understand that.
So I don't have a straight up direct answer for you, other than it's a judgment call, partly based on our staff capacity to do that work, to do that in a short time frame. That was the other thing, but also to work that consultants or others might be doing that in that space. They have awareness of other things that we might not have thought of.
Would it be fair to say then that the first response when seeking that information outside of your particular silo is to go to consultants to find out, rather than to consult and talk with other parts of the bureaucracy?
Not necessarily. We do think, can we do this in-house? Do we have the capacity to do it? And what's the time frame that we need it in?
You ring up the head of the Department of Transport, ring up Treasury, ring up and say, look, this is what we're thinking of. Can you give us one of your planners?
And part of my role as Acting Commissioner is to be building those bridges across the sector.
Can I put something to you, Commissioner, in terms of your evidence earlier about part of the piece was convincing government? If I could sort of shortcut what I think's happened here, there was probably a view that the minister or other parts of government couldn't fully justify the expenditure on Fire Rescue New South Wales. In other words, there's a perception that 90% of the day they're sitting around in fire stations polishing the trucks, because unless there's a structural fire, they're not responding. So in terms of trying to convince government that we do provide a service across the board, and there's all sorts of things we do, let's do this big exercise about promoting and rebranding so that government gets the message. Now, is that, I know that's a crude way of putting it, but was that part of the problem? Was that you couldn't convince the previous government that you needed the resources and the expenditure was necessary?
And being able to demonstrate all the different things that we do. So, I think one of the things that Fire and Rescue's probably struggled with in the past, we're predominantly pretty technical people, so we'll go into the detail of, you know, the ins and outs of a fire pump or hoses or all the different bits of equipment we do. When we go to explain that to, you know, key stakeholders in government, whether it's Treasury or whoever else, the technical jargon-filled explanation that you might get from a firefighter loses significance with the competing demands that they're looking at. So being able to...
Sure, but I mean, part of your skill as a commissioner is to go to the minister or Treasury and say, look, I know it looks on the surface as though you're spending a lot of money on this, but this is the value you're getting, and put it to them in plain language. The idea that you'd have to spend hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars on consultants in a PR exercise, my colleague sort of has characterised it, I think is a waste of money. So it sounds to me like that's probably a big part of the piece. Now, the question is, and given the Chair's evidence here today about this $200,000 over two months spend, is we need to be confident, we'd like to be confident that the culture's changed. And I know if it's in May, it's probably an overhang of the previous culture that was there, because, you know, we only started sitting in May, so the new government's only just hit the deck. But again, are you confident that you've set the organisation on a different trajectory, or is that overhang legacy issues that were pointed out by the Chair still going to happen down the track?
Well, very sort of clear to me, and my responsibility to make it to our workforce, that we look carefully at all these things and then make it a decision about it. So, you know, some of those things I touched on before, the different pieces we're putting in place, but also that fundamental question, can we do this ourselves? And assessing...
Thank you, but can I just tie it up with two quick ones? The Plus plan, can I ask you a hypothetical? If you had been in the Chair, would you have thought that was good value for money? Looking back with the benefit of hindsight.
Look, with the benefit of hindsight, there's elements there that I question the value for money on. I think some of the outcomes that we got from it, and some of the work that we've done, the things that we've been able to drive improvements in our agency. And look, a good example is the way that we manage the risk of contamination and carcinogens exposure to our firefighters. That was one of the priorities that we put in the Plus plan, and we've delivered on that. We've now got world's best cleaning system, so that our firefighters have got fresh, clean gear available.
That's very important
all the time.
Yes.
And so that realised a really fundamental thing. If you talk to any firefighter, they'll say that was one of the best things you've done.
Okay.
So, you know, that's the focus, and then it's a question of around, well, how quickly do we need something? Do we have the skills in-house, and how do we prioritise?
And just one more quickly on notice, and it goes back to that contractual arrangement about this missing $500,000. Are you able to come back to the committee with any documentation that justifies that spend? Because the evidence we've had here from the FBEU is that $500,000 is unaccounted for in terms of a contractual arrangement which justified the payment of Mr. Stidko.
This is the payment, so the missing $500,000 you're talking about, just to clarify from
what they're saying is that there's a lump of money that was paid to him, $500,000, which is not represented in any contractual arrangements, because when they gibbeted it, there was nothing forthcoming.
Yes, we'll take that on notice and provide you certain clarity. I did identify a similar thing which I spoke with my Chief Financial Officer about. There was a very sort of technical and detailed explanation of how that can sort of look like that, but not necessarily be that discrepancy that may be being interpreted. But I think it's best we take that on notice and provide the detailed technical answer.
I had one more, but I'll go to Mr. Farlow
Thank
first.
you. Assistant Commissioner Futrell, you were talking about, with the 2050 plan, that it was both a decision that was made in terms of going to outsource that work based on your internal capacity, but also in terms of time requirements. Like thinking a 2050 plan, it's quite a while away. What were the time requirements that were in place that required that work to be done quickly?
So as I said, we wanted and it wasn't a plan for 2050 so much as identifying the things that we needed to be very conscious of in the development of the next strategic plan. So we didn't want to be in the situation where somehow, because we hadn't looked further ahead, that what we were doing for the next 5-year period somehow work to disadvantage us in the future or work counter to something that was going to be important on a longer time horizon. And so the relatively short time frame required for that was to have that work done prior to us then starting the commencement of developing the next 5-year strategic plan for fire and rescue.
Okay, so it wasn't something that was required, for instance, for like budget bids or anything else like that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I guess my question is I would love to get a better understanding of what that contract is, but also just the transparency over not just fire and rescue, but everybody's use of consultants and contractors. If you were able to provide us on notice with a list, a detailed list of all of the consultants and contractors that you've used in the past, even just 5 years, and what the details of those contracts were, that would be incredibly useful. Because, in the context of all of the scandal that's gone on with the previous commissioner, with this Plus plan, with all of this that's been going on, at the same time, Fire and Rescue has gone and spent almost $300,000 on Deloitte for 2 months of work doing effectively the same thing, another sort of vision planning. And I did not know about this until halfway through this inquiry, because you mentioned Deloitte, and I looked up to see if I could find details of the work that you had done previously, which ended up being an error. But the fact that this was not transparent and that we didn't, I had to go searching for it, is yet another example. And I personally find it quite shocking that much money is being spent by Fire and Rescue on consultants in this context. So if you could please come back on notice with as much detail as you can, that would be very useful for us.
Yes, and apologies, certainly wasn't our intention to try and hide or make something obscure.
It's the system. It's not you in particular. We're finding that people just don't know about these contracts being made with with consulting firms. We are over time. Thank you so much for your attendance. It's been incredibly informative. To the extent questions were taken on notice, and there will probably be some supplementary questions. There'll be 21 days to respond, but the committee secretariat will be in touch. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank
It
you
was
all.
very helpful.
That was very useful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. I now welcome our next witnesses from the Health Services Union. Could you please state your names and position titles and then swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Gerard Hayes, Secretary of the Health Services Union. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Lauren Hutchins, Assistant Secretary of the Health Services Union. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to make an opening statement?
That was wonderful, thank you.
Please go ahead.
Firstly, I appreciate the opportunity of appearing before the committee today. The HSU has held concerns for some time with respect to wastage, duplication of resources, supply and demand, and cost-shifting issues within health. With respect to consulting services, this is another area where there is a potential and a reality of wastage and excessive expenditure. New South Wales Health is consistently under pressure from a service delivery and financial viewpoint. New South Wales Health absorbs nearly 1/3 of the state budget, and yet the system is still under stress. In relation to consulting services, while there is a place for it, it is costly. There is a lack of transparency with respect to cost, need and outcomes. It de-skills departments with respect to managerial initiative and vision. It promotes the perception of shifting risk, but the government always is accountable for the outcome. The HSU has been campaigning for and has secured a commission of inquiry into health expenditure in the effort to ensure that roughly $33 billion expenditure in health is efficient and productive. This inquiry will go some way to shed light on significant and ongoing expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just looking at my government colleagues, see if they wanted to start off with questioning.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Chair. Thank you both for appearing. It's an important committee in terms of probity over expenditure of public money on what should be used for the most efficient purposes, particularly in the area of health, but right across the board. I read the submission from the HSU, which I thought was very helpful. So, like in terms of the size of the problem, I guess we're talking about, as you pointed out, a massive budget here, almost third of the state budget. How much money are we talking about in terms of? And as you pointed out, it's not all waste. I mean, presumably some consultants do add value, but if you were to give us a ballpark figure about the sorts of quantities we're talking about in terms of expenditure on consultants and where you think that same money could be better spent, could you just kind of talk us through some of that?
Look, the answer to that is I've got no idea, and I don't think anybody else does. And I think the report from the Auditor General clearly indicated that the transparency of consultants, the use of consultants, the need for consultants and the outcome of these consultants is very hard to understand or even identify. So this could be something that's enormous at the end of the day, certainly in the hundreds of millions of dollars, I would think. When you think about New South Wales Health, back in 2007, we went from 17 area health services to 8 area health services, back to 17 area health services a matter of some years later. Consultants are behind all of this, and that was just a total waste of not only the serious health dollar, but the taxpayer money to actually effectively move an administrative function, expand it and contract it. So that makes no sense. And the accountability is always going to sit with government. I think there is an opportunity for senior managers now to say, oh, look, I put it to a consultant, that's the advice we got, so that's why we're going to follow it. Well, you can't abdicate your responsibilities in this. You are paid to manage, you are paid to have a vision, and you should have that. At the end of the day, when it falls over, it will be the government and the ministry who pay that price, albeit that the consultants have all care but no responsibility.
So I think see part of your submission is or the recommendation is that this commission of inquiry inquire into the use of consultants, presumably to get to the bottom of it, because we just don't know what and this has been a consistent theme of the evidence, is that it's actually hard to get a tight handle on what we are expending, because there's all sorts of opaque ways of entering the use of consultants vis-a-vis contractors, vis-a-vis whether they are consultants at all. So presumably that's a key outcome for us. But is it your experience as a major health union in the sector that when the union asks for these sorts of things, presumably when you're talking to management, they're not forthcoming, or they're forthcoming in a way that's just meaningless?
No, they're not forthcoming at all. We can have union-specific consultative committees. We can have a joint consultative committee, ask all the questions you like, and you just don't get any detail. Now, it's not our job to manage, but it's certainly our job to scrutinise what is being done. And when it's basically a piece of string at the moment, I couldn't tell you how many consultants are engaged by New South Wales Health, let alone the 17 local health districts, let alone the ambulance service as well. But I would be very surprised if there's not a queue right out the door.
Are there any emblematic examples of just blatant waste of public money on consultants that you can table here today in your evidence?
I think Lauren's got a case study of that.
So
Thanks.
within our submission, we've given 2 case studies, but I'd like to add a further, which I think goes to the heart of the problem. We have a local health district that 3 years ago undertook a restructure where a number of middle managers, between 80 and 100, were made redundant through voluntary redundancy. 3 years on, the consultancy firm that was brought in to assist with change management still is now occupying pretty senior roles within that local health district. There is an incentive for this organisation to maintain chaos amongst that workforce because they are continued to be paid to actually oversee a change that should have finished some time ago.
So which consultant was that? Which firm?
Elevate is the name of the consultancy firm. The human cost to that is that they are unable, that local health district is unable to attract middle managers into roles that are unachievable, that are where the workload is unmanageable, and the consultancy firm continues to hold those roles. So
this is a conscious effort on behalf of the consultant to engineer a situation whereby they come in to fill, because some of these people are actually on the local area health districts, aren't they, on the boards? Like,
in terms of on the board themselves, I can't answer that specific question about Elevate.
Yeah.
I can't go to their motive.
just in general,
but
I mean, there are consultants on,
I mean, this to Jared's point, there is no transparency. There's a lack of consistency in terms of how the LHDs are able to engage with these consultancy firms. To one of the examples that we have given, what we would say is a pretty fundamental role within, human resources is being undertaken by a law firm kilometres away. So we're talking about Mid-North Coast Local Health District that engages a Sydney law firm to undertake what we would say is low-level investigations. When you have a workforce of over 170,000 employees, when you have a budget of $33 billion, one would say that this is pretty core business, is actually managing your staff. It shouldn't go to consultancy firms. It shouldn't be outsourced at all. And what we see here is that years later, the same firms that were brought in to actually manage change are actually profiting from the ongoing chaos.
Can I ask, we saw, just as taking 1 year, last financial year, we saw the local health districts spending more on consultants than the Premier and Cabinet, education and customer service combined. That massive spend on consultants, what does that look like, or how does that feel for the workforce, for people who are actually sort of having to live under that consultocracy?
It's incredibly demoralising for the workforce. We have another issue with the Southern Local Health District in terms of pathology. Consultants get brought in. The system ultimately doesn't work particularly well. The system crashes. Now, the people working in this area have those abilities to design systems. They have the ability to understand the industry that they're actually working in. But to outsource to whatever level of consultancy, I don't believe you will ever get that full understanding or that intimate relationship with the job at hand. So our members are telling us that they are just absolutely demoralised by the new system. They're demoralised by the fact that they were never consulted, and they're totally demoralised by it doesn't work as well as the system that they used to have. So it makes no sense why we can go down these pathways, and these are important pathways. In terms of outsourcing any kind of public dollar or union dollar, there's got to be total transparency to that process. Anyone should be able to look at that process and see these are the reasons, this is the amount, this is how we're doing it. Like, it poses and projects potential corrupt activities if that transparency is not there. And so that is something I have concerns about.
Would it be fair to say, if you put yourself in the shoes of a health worker, a pathologist, an allied health worker, a cleaner, all the sort of various iterations of your membership, and a government's going to start a conversation pretty soon about productivity and uplifting wages based on productivity, you might want to talk about cutting out blatant waste with consultants first, because in order to get the buy-in from the workforce for those productivity improvements, you're not going to sit by and tell someone from outside how to do their job and getting paid millions of dollars, and then work harder when they can see all that weight. I mean, it's a credibility argument, isn't it?
Oh, it definitely is a credibility argument. I think we get to the point where if we're talking about productivity, which we fully support, I think in this day and age, productivity, efficiency and recognition of what delivers that productivity is vitally important. So to get a third party to come in and tell people virtually how to suck eggs, I think is a real problem in terms of being able to build a collegiate workforce that is actually going to deliver that productivity. If we continue down this pathway, and hence that we're so keen to have a commission of inquiry to look at these activities, are these activities clear, transparent, open, honest? Is there any potential for corruption and so forth? And at the moment, I couldn't give you an answer to that at all. And I doubt that many other people would be able to do that. And I think that's also reflected in the Auditor General's report about in terms of transparency.
Has obviously we started this inquiry looking at health, and one of the reasons we looked at health to begin with was because of the Auditor General's report and that lack of transparency over the spend of local health districts, despite them having such a huge spend on consultants compared to other departments. Has this inquiry so far, and the information that we've received on notice in particular about the spend from these spend from these local health districts, been a surprise to you and your members?
Not really, no. It's we've seen over the past probably 15 years cuts to create efficiency, cuts to back of house. That means the job's still got to get done. The vision, the initiative to develop a program, a system has to be done. So when you've depleted your workforce at a senior level and a middle level, that means you've got no choice but to outsource. But where that starts and where that finishes, nobody knows. And
one of the local health districts that we were looking into a lot has been the Southeastern Sydney Local Health District, because they had a PwC partner sitting on their board in 2013, and because of their significant spend on PwC, or in fact the whole of the local health districts and healths. I think we've worked out that they're spending 1 in 4 of their dollars on consultants on PwC. But in the course of looking through those minutes from the Southeastern Sydney Local Health District, there's a lot of talk about what they call value improvement programs, which we have now worked out appears to be code for redundancies and increasing the intensity of work for staff. I have not had the time to look through all 15 local health districts, but is that something, that sort of value improvement efficiency style program, something that you've seen rolled out in other local health districts that we should also be looking into?
Look, I think that's fair to say. I'd be sort of looking at Western Sydney Local Health District, a very big local health district that's got a lot of pressures on it. And I just think it's fundamentally unacceptable from a conflict of interest point of view that someone who would have a substantial remuneration would be sitting on a board, that organisation. I don't understand that. But when we are reliant on the Big Four and internationally reliant on the Big Four, so no matter what major city you go to in the world, their neon signs are in the major centre there. So we're talking about globalisation of a product that isn't necessarily in the interests of health. It's in the interest of their shareholders. It's the interest to be able to say, okay, a big spend in health is labour. Of course, we understand that. But if you use labour wisely, productively and efficiently, your back-end savings are going to be enormous. A quick example is the investment in a well-qualified paramedic in regional New South Wales will be able to intervene with someone who has a myocardial infarct, who's having a heart attack. They will be potentially asymptomatic by the time they get to hospital. That drug, which costs about $1,000, will save a week in an ICU bed at $15,000 a day. Now, that is a workforce being utilised, not saying, here, we better we don't want to train these people, we don't want to have as many of these people. This takes pressure off. But I don't see any of the big four saying investment in workforce is the way forward to get efficiency at the back end and productivity at the back end.
Oh, sorry. Didn't want to interrupt again.
Well, if you want to
right.
give me the call, I've got a question, and
Go
that is
ahead.
to Mr. Hayes. You've been around, got extensive experience in the health sector. What is the change in public sector culture that's led to the growth of consultancies? It seems to me that two of the ones that are annoying for the taxpayer is to bring in external people to restructure your own organisation, when you'd think the collective knowledge and wisdom of running your own organisation gives you the in-house resources to do your own restructure. And the other is cited in one of your case studies about bringing in external lawyers to deal with HR issues. They seem to me to have in common the soft option of bringing in external people to deal with your own staffing matters, where it might be a bit hard to sort of say to someone, well, we've restructured and your position's no longer available, or there's a HR decision that needs to be made that's a bit tough face to face. So what's the general change in culture? Have we run down expertise, or we run down the courage of public sector managers to actually do their job?
Yep. So the whole reason for all of this is it's a political reason. We're putting money into frontline services. It's been said for the last 15 years. Frontline services, cut all the back of house, frontline services. A hospital, a health system is a collegiate, collaborative workforce that one position supports the next, supports the next, supports the next. And so even from that management point of view, if you do not have that vision, if you do not have that expertise to say, we understand the system, it's not working here, it needs to go there, those people got cut out. And then what are you going to do? You're just going to actually go out to a third party to actually tell you what you should have been employing people to do. And then the people who are at those senior positions now don't have the experience. And then there's the fear factor of making a decision and getting it wrong. So we'll just outsource our decision making. So that's where it comes down to the last 15 years of saying what's politically sounds good. We'll have someone on that front desk, but actually we cut the back of house so the front desk isn't actually supported. And it's an absolute oxymoron right the way through in my perspective. I think if we can look at health, there's over 300 different classifications in health, from senior management to a cleaner to everything on the way through. Clinical staff, there is a place for consultants, as I've said. That is not, I think, a rough figure. There's probably about 10 to 20%, not what it is at the moment. And if we can be drawing back what we estimate is probably about best part of $200 million, that gets redirected into frontline services. Suddenly that problem's resolved, and we have a more efficient system that people who are actually undertaking the work are participating in the decision-making process. And if that works, well, then the system starts to flow. But at the moment, all we're doing is putting square pegs in round holes.
So, in terms of like that discussion around consultants vis-a-vis internal expertise who live and breathe the work every day, how much buy-in does the union have in that consultative context, in terms of, does management come to the HSU and go, look, we're thinking of doing X, Y, Z, what do you reckon, before they go to consultants? Or is it generally you find out consultants are there without even being consulted?
Well, it's quite the reverse. The management will come to us and say, we've had consultants on board, and here's the way forward, what do you think? Well, the money's already been spent.
Yeah.
It's a total waste.
Yeah.
And I think if we cannot get to the point of investing at every level of health, then we're just going to let this money just keep dripping out, well, not dripping, flooding out the back end, and you will never be able to have health. And my big concern at the moment is we're at the precipice of losing universal health care. There is no doubt in my mind of that. And this is one of the aspects of probably about 30 or 40 different ones that is contributing to particularly people in regional New South Wales dying when they don't need to die. A person who could have a colonoscopy and identify grade 1 cancer can't get it, can't afford it. They end up going to the hospital through the ED with grade 4 cancer. So this is why this is such an impassioned issue. We can't keep supporting the big four and their respective shareholders at the expense of people in New South Wales, particularly when it's their money.
Yeah. So it's very much ticker box consultation after the direction's already been set from management.
I can't tell you how many consultants the ambulance service would have, how many each of the 17 LHDs would have. But think about it again, 17 different area health services or local health districts, they're all the same. Why have they got different consultants? Some years ago, the Ministry of Health had power over the 17 local health districts. They all run their own race now. They've all got their own boards now. So we've just duplicated all these processes.
So that decentralised structure, which was initiated in your evidence earlier back in 2000 and what was it?
7, I think it was.
7, with that was designed with the consultants on board. That's part of the problem because it's created all this duplication and the structural.
It's a huge part of the problem, but the bigger part of the problem also is you have got 17 identical individual bodies doing the same thing over and over again. Now, the previous government did away with or introduced local health boards, and the power and the influence of the Ministry of Health just decreased dramatically.
Can we just sort of clarify that then? So the reforms that took place in 2007, 2008 were a precursor to what we have now because they didn't devolve that responsibility in the same way. We have learned through this inquiry that PAWC and KPMG were involved in advising the new Liberal government back in 2011 to have this local health district structure that we now have. There's a lot of questions about that, and we've seen a lot of things. But in the same way that McKinsey advised on the NHS system in the UK, and then ended up profiting handsomely from local, board or trust boards in the UK getting consulting work. We've got the same thing in New South Wales now, where we're seeing these consultants really profiting. Has there been any aspect of that sort of devolved system do you think has created any efficiencies? Or, I hear what you're saying about, they're all sort of replicating the work. Has there been anything good about that system?
No, not a thing. It's when they undertook when they went from 17 area health service to 8, they got rid of 1,300 back of house positions. Those positions, when they went back to 17 local health districts, those positions never came back. So that in itself cut a sway of back of health going to frontline services. Those would generally be the people who would have been involved in these planning processes, these development of systems and so forth. So at the moment, we are just seeing a duplication of 17 independent bodies where there could be one that actually could look after it all.
I've got Mrs. Taylor wanting to ask a question online. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Hayes, for coming. And I'm very conscious of disagreeing with you and what that might mean. I've seen your work, and I'm a big admirer. But can I just please flesh out a little bit your comments? And because I'm online, I don't get everything, so I apologise if I've gotten the wrong take on this. And I understand what you're saying about the devolution into the boards, and I actually I think they've actually been very effective in a lot of ways. And look, I have to tell you that I was once on one too, so I probably am a little bit biased. But the comments as well that, everything could be centralised just concerns me a little bit in the context of this committee, for the fact that being a regional person, and I'm zooming in from Nimidabel as we speak, is that, all of our local health districts are so different, and our communities are different, and their needs are different. And I think that was the original ethos of that devolution of that. But your comments are saying really that you think that, it could all be operated centrally. Do you not think that's potentially a risk for the regions in terms of the fact that they are different and then it all gets centralised in Sydney, which takes that focus off those individual needs? I'm not arguing with the fact too, Mr. Hayes, that I think that a lot of those things are duplicated, and I think you make a very fine point there. But I just think just in the context of the committee, I'm really conscious that that's on the record now. So just interested in your thoughts.
Look, and I absolutely support your position that regional New South Wales, and that is my passion at the moment, that regional New South Wales will not be able to supply the services that are absolutely needed in regional New South Wales. So when I talk about being centralised, so with the Ministry of Health, that your policy and development is centralised, so it's not just being repeated all around the place. But that policy and development has got to equally support regional and rural areas as well as metropolitan areas, because as you would well know, someone having a major medical issue and then who's got to be flown to John Hunter or an RPA, their family may be behind a week without being seen. So when I'm saying centralising, I'm suggesting moving away from 17 boards doing the same thing, but that regional focus has to be there and has to be a priority there.
So again, sorry, just to clarify on that then, can I just clarify your answer and then I'll come back to you, Mrs. Taylor. Before 2011, we had a structure of different local health areas, but the difference was that so although we were getting that information back up at a community level and having community-specific decision-making, the accountability and responsibility wasn't devolved in the way it is now. I guess from your organisation's perspective, is there a desire to go back to the pre-2011 sort of structure? Is that what we're getting at?
And again, I think this is important in today's processes that we have, that people have moved regionally. People want to remain regionally. So this is not just about focus on Sydney-centric issues. Through Zoom, through the pandemic, there's a whole range of remote outcomes that come now. So, but I would like to see, from our perspective, that there is one position that then devolves into whether it's a regional area or a metropolitan area. But at the moment, simple as this, if I want to get a policy position, I can talk to the Ministry of Health, then I can talk to 17 local health districts and not necessarily get the same one anywhere. And that is the problem when we are all dealing with the health dollar. It's got to go around, it's got to be supportive of regional areas, but at the moment it's just there's too many people making decisions about a very finite amount of money, and I don't think for a minute any government's going to put more than 1/3 of the state budget into health. But I think there's potentially billions of dollars in health now that could be redistributed because they're going in the wrong areas, or they're being taken, or they're being rorted. But a good open look at that can then sort of redistribute that money into the right areas.
Sorry, Mrs. Taylor, did you have a follow-up?
No, look, thank you very much, Mr. Hayes, for your answer. I was just really conscious to have that perspective as well. And I absolutely agree that there are some things that can be centralised, but I'd be really reluctant when you're talking about rural and regional, because I think what we have to do and what our needs are often very different. But I think we've clarified that. So I thank you very much for that, and I thank you for your time today.
Chair, I just want to go to some of your recommendations, which are really helpful. On the second recommendation is to immediately review and report on all New South Wales Government consulting contracts awarded above $50,000 to assess the quality of work provided by consultants, and if net value propositions can be identified. Then in the footnote you say that the Statutory Bodies Regulation 2015 requires agencies to report on the use of consultants for engagements that cost $50,000 or more. This only includes reporting details on the name of the consultant, the title of the project, and the actual cost of engaging consultants. So even above 50,000, they're the only details you get now, are they?
Apparently that's the research that we've got, yeah.
So the recommendation would be that there's a full review into everything above 50. What happens to the spend under 50 on consultants?
Well,
It just doesn't get reported.
Well, I couldn't answer that at the moment. I doubt that there would be much of a spend under 50,000, to be honest with you. Like, it would barely be worth people's interest. But I think it is something that not only that recommendation, but I think the transparency of the establishment and the need up front before going down that path. And if there's not that total transparency in relation to that expenditure, that straight away brings into question, the appropriate use of money.
Yeah.
And that's, I think that focus point should be heavily dealt with.
And this commitment here, there's another recommendation here, commit to reducing the use of consultants by, and you mentioned this earlier in your evidence, by 80%. So the view of the HSU is that there's probably about 20% of the current spend which is effective. The rest can be done away with.
Well, you've got, you go over to St Leonard's. There's a nice big building over there full of people. People on SES levels, people on senior HSM levels, people who have got a great skill set. They should be utilised for the abilities that they have. Failure to utilise them and continue to outsource them, well, those abilities will start to disappear. Those people will start to disappear because at the end of the day, they want to be engaged. They want to be part of the resolution, not just to be passing the ball to somebody else to tell them how to do it. So this is, I think, an opportunity to look at frontline services, but to also look at the back of house that will support those frontline services, and that expenditure that is currently being put out there gets brought back in. We have the people, we have the resources. Do we have the will? That's the question.
Is part of this stemming from a philosophy a couple of decades ago where we got all these people that, it's not really core business, and they're on the books 24/7. So if we just get them all off the books and bring in people sporadically, it'll save us a ton of money. Was that part of the logic?
Oh, look, I don't think so. I think it's people are risk adverse. People don't necessarily want to take that responsibility for making that decision, which could be worth millions and millions of dollars. But that's the job.
Yeah.
And I think it's important that we can actually value people so they are confident to make those decisions and apply their skill set to actually develop systems and programs, as opposed to outsourcing to an organisation that has all care and no responsibility apart from sending you an invoice and making that invoice pretty sizable.
Yeah.
Do you think part of the reforms needed are also looking at that sort of board level? Like at the moment we have, we've identified a significant number of ex-consultants sitting on local health district boards. Do you think that creates a culture of using consultants perhaps more than they might otherwise? Is that part of the picture?
Look, I think it's always been my view that health is so big and there is so much money in it. There is a conga line of people queued up to get their piece of the pie in a whole range of different areas. And again, I go to the point of the Commission of Inquiry. It's just not one group. There is a whole range of people who are taking money, not necessarily inappropriately, but maybe unnecessarily. And that money can be redirected into those frontline services or promoting efficiencies and scope of practice that limits pressure on the hospital system. But it's pretty hard to do it when that money's already gone out the door to someone who's going to go to their shareholders.
Are any of the other states doing this better than us?
I'm probably not qualified to say that. I couldn't say.
It's a very good question. Did you have any questions over
I don't know
here?
if Ms Taylor was putting up her hand.
Sorry, Mrs. Taylor, were you putting up your hand?
Yeah, I'd love to have another go.
Please
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
Chair. Mr. Hayes, when you referred before to St Leonard's and that everyone, that's obviously the centre of New South Wales Health and where that happens, and just alluding previously to my question to you about, my concern that obviously, I have an extreme bias to rural and regional New South Wales that I declare very proudly. If you were looking at that devolution of health boards, would you think then that, to make sure that things are fair for rural and regional, that there needs to be more of a setting in terms of the way New South Wales Health is set up to have a centre for now we have a division of regional health, which I think is a really big step forward. Do you think that needs to be based out in the regions to make sure that fairness and that expertise of the regions and the difference in regional health to metro health is there? Although, the system is very linked as well and can't survive without each other. But What are your thoughts on that? I'd be really keen to know.
Look, I think that's very important. And just to qualify things, from probably 1990 to 2000, I was an intensive care paramedic based in Kempsey, and understand the regional system very well. And it's very difficult to go, 50 kilometres west of Kempsey and have to put chest drains into a person, knowing that then you've got, at least if you don't have a helicopter, you've got a patient who A is going to die, or B, you're going to be lucky to get them to a hospital. So it is vitally important, and so I fully support, as I said. I think there's got to be a regional focus, and I note that your position in the previous government had a regional focus, and I think that should be maintained. Regional health and metropolitan health are two different things. If I can give you an example, I was a intensive care paramedic on the motorcycles back in the early 90s. I would turn up to Darlinghurst Road with a person who is suffering a cardiac arrest. There would be me, there would be a general duty car come, then there would be another intensive care paramedic vehicle. 5 of us. We were effectively 2.5 minutes from St Vincent's Hospital. Go to regional areas, same issue, you're probably an hour and a half away from a hospital, and there may be 1 or 2 of you. So that is replicated in a whole range of different, whether it's community health in regional areas, if it's women's health in regional areas, whether it's a whole range of areas that can only be focused on in its own right, because there is a tyranny of distance, there is a lack of resources, there's a lack of services, and so we've got to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time.
Sure. And I didn't realise you're a paramedic, so there you go. No wonder you're using all the jargon so well. But also too, Mr. Hayes, it's pretty interesting to see, with those comments of you with Kempsey and, the chest drain and stuff, and I get that, having worked rurally most of my career, but now, if you perhaps have a stroke in a rural area, say in Cooma, down the road from me here, your likelihood of actually being treated faster in the regions than Metro because of that telestroke service. So that's certainly some incredible advancements that we can capitalise on, and by increasing that scope of practice too, of paramedics, of pharmacists and everything in rural New South Wales, I think that would be really helpful.
Yeah, we're actually working with 2 professors in relation to rapid stroke access. I think that is something that going forward will be very good for regional areas, that first hour to be able to identify and so forth. So things are changing, but I think it's really got to be consistent that metropolitan and regional health are viewed in the same manner and with the same level of priority.
Yeah, and keep our paramedics happy.
Indeed. Good luck.
Can I...
Loving the windscreens at the moment, I tell you. It's a little bit different than it was in March, but anyway.
Can I bring you back? Can I bring you back to some of to your submission and some more sort of, I guess, case studies? There's one referred to in here. I'm not sure if we were talking about that one before, with a Big 4 consulting firm brought in to redesign an IT system with an NHD department. Can you talk a bit more about that one, and maybe tell us which firm that was, if you know?
I don't have the details of the firm in front of me, but we can take that on notice and come back to you in relation to that. This is one of those case studies where one would assume on the surface of it that consultants are the right idea. There is some expertise that is required, but what clearly happened in this scenario was that the consultants have no real understanding of health. And that is a pretty critical part of why there are failures across the system, in that when you are trying to redesign systems that don't have those frontline workers or those back-of-house workers who understand the intricacies of how systems work at the front, they are destined to fail. What we see here is that we have staff leaving. And one of the things that is also lacking in transparency about all of the irony of all of this is we've got millions of dollars being spent on consultants to talk about HR, about restructures. At the same time, we don't actually understand the vacancy rate across New South Wales Health. So these consultants brought in have resulted...
Sorry, just on that, is that because of the devolved structure?
That is, yes.
Right, okay.
And there's not a requirement to report in the same way we've previously had to report. So our understanding is there's about 12,000 vacancies across New South Wales currently, but you can't actually put a figure on that. You cannot currently say at this time we have this many vacancies across the board. At the same time, we have consultants that would working in what we would say are actually full-time jobs. In this particular incident here, we have people leaving because the consultants have failed, because the systems they've delivered don't actually address the need of the organisation, the LHD, but also have caused additional stress to our members. So the outcome of this is, a net negative for everyone. We have a system that doesn't work, and we actually lose that knowledge, that experience of people who have worked the system previously.
So that was very concerning, that evidence. So there's no requirement from the department for reporting on an FTE structure, on a full-time equivalent structure?
The vacancy rates.
Right.
So we understand the headcount, we understand the positions that are currently held in our particular areas. There is information available on that. But what is lost in the system is when someone leaves, actually quantifying that. So the example I gave earlier of the consultancy firm working in a local health district, they currently occupy 2 positions that no longer appear as vacant, but they're filling them as consultants.
Oh, I see, yeah.
And I'm not saying it's just in relation to consultants filling those 12,000 vacancies that we can see, but we can't give you that figure.
Excuse me, Ms Hutchins, could I ask a follow-up question with that? So are you saying that you can't get, by region or by hospital, by service, you can't get an establishment figure of what positions are there? You can't see that. So it would exist, but you don't get access to it?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add to that? I don't know that they have establishment figures anymore. They used to. They used to. And if you don't have establishment figures, you can't be held to it. So my understanding at the moment is that they don't have establishment figures anymore.
Thank you.
One of the other issues that we've been probing in this inquiry is the sort of lack of going back and looking at the work consultants have done and seeing whether or not it was value for money. And from the figures we've received from the local health districts, the vast majority of consultant spends are listed as when it comes to whether or not there's been a post-engagement review, it's just listed as, well, we paid the bill, so the work was done. So for something like this example you've given us here, where people have left and the actual staff have been demoralised and frustrated by the process, is there anything within the LHD system to capture that experience in order to feed it back into how effective that use of consultants has been?
Not that we're aware of, and what we understand, and again, going to the example I've given, what has happened in that scenario is that we are losing employees because we have a consultancy firm that is now taking on this HR role, has been relied upon through the local health district. The staff are demoralised because there's no middle management that now exists that actually has any responsibility to health, only to ensuring their consultancy firm continues. And what we see, particularly in some hospitals, is that we're losing people, clinical people, frontline services people, to jobs down the road with less stress, more management structure in a cheese factory. And that, should give you a hint about where we're talking about here. But people are leaving the organisation because of the consultancy firm and the arrangements in there are causing such distress. And there is no reporting on that. There is no quantifying the human cost of all of this. What we do know is when we lose staff, particularly in regional areas, there is an immediate flow-on effect with patient care. We know that in hotel services, that if you don't have enough people that can serve food, that means that, morning tea, afternoon tea is dropped because there aren't enough staff to serve.
Ms Hutchins, could I ask one more question? In other evidence that we've heard from other witnesses, there appears to be some ambiguity about the definitions of consultants and contractors. And I wondered, in your experience, and whether there are any other cases where you might have come across this blurring of definitional boundaries, which we're finding quite hard to kind of extricate.
Well, one of the case studies we've given with our submission is the Sydney-based law firm that's now providing HR services for low-level investigations for disciplinary. That's not a consultancy arrangement. That is absolutely outsourcing. Having this consultancy firm and an LHD providing services after a restructure, 3 years after a restructure, that isn't consultancy, that is outsourcing work, that is contracting out by stealth.
Sorry, yes, it is. And can we, can we just get back to that then? So this is Central Coast Local Health District, isn't it, that we're talking about with Elevate?
No, it's southern.
Southern. So, right, okay. So with that one, because that's not appearing on the data we've received so far, so we have consultants coming in as part of their efficiency, value improvement program, whatever they want to call it. They have actually cut the workforce, and then we see them filling positions in the future as presumably as contractors. That's quite an extreme scenario. And I guess when we're looking at all of the evidence we have now of consultants being brought in, whether it's the Big Four, whether it's smaller consultants who are coming in and advising on restructuring and basically reducing staff, a huge number, and we're also hearing about secondments into these LHDs from these consultants and now contracting. This is quite nefarious when you think about it. Do we have visibility over how many positions in these health districts are now being occupied by consultants or consulting firms or contractors that previously used to be health staff?
I was only to clarify that my understanding is that Elevate was engaged as part of the restructure to manage the change, not necessarily to advise on the restructure. So I wanted to clarify that. What we do understand, my understanding is that they currently are sitting in the role of Director of People and Wellbeing, which has been vacated since last year, and currently are acting in the role of Assistant Director of Organisational Development, which has been vacant for the last 6 months. So those are two particular roles that were occupied by employees, pretty senior roles that are now being, our understanding, filled by consultants through this process.
And you said before you don't have visibility over that information, but over the total sort of staffing arrangements, I guess, but does health? If we had the department in front of us, would they be able to answer those questions?
I don't know that health would. Certainly the local health district you would expect would, but the ministry, I don't know that they would have a vision of that.
So you've got a situation where a consultant comes in, takes FTEs on basically taking the brunt of outsourcing people because the internal people don't want to do it, and then people come in and tell you how to do your job and learn your job so they can take your job. Right.
Sounds good.
Good summation. Are there any other questions on that note? This inquiry just keeps on giving, doesn't it? It's incredible what we're uncovering. Any other questions at this point? Nope. I think we're good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This has been very illuminating and given us a lot to ask health about when they're next in front of us. We will take a 15-minute break and be back with witnesses from the Fire Brigade Employees Union.
us much in return. Thank you. All right, thanks.
Great, welcome back. I now welcome our next witnesses from the Fire Brigade Employees Union of New South Wales. Please note the parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence today but does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at the hearing. I therefore urge you to be careful about comments you may make to the media or to others after you complete your evidence here today. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. So in that regard, it's important that witnesses focus on the issues raised by the inquiry terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. Could I now please ask you to state your names and position titles and then swear either the oath or the affirmation?
Leighton Drew, State Secretary. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And Jonathan Wright, Senior Organiser with the FBU, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Fantastic. And would you like to begin by making a short opening statement?
Yes, well, both of us have a part to that, so I will start. Again, thank you for the time on the committee today. As I said, my name is Leighton Drury. I'm the State Secretary for the Fire Brigade Employees Union. I've been a firefighter for 24 years and been the State Secretary since 2016. FBU members take their work very seriously and we care deeply about our profession. Unfortunately, we're here today because our agency has recently been in the media for all the wrong reasons. The committee will note that within the state government's talking points on the recent termination of Fire Rescue New South Wales Commissioner Baxter's employment, the issue of the use of management of consultants is cited. The agency was led by Paul Baxter since 2017 and there's been a 137% increase in consultant expenditure during that time. Under the governing legislation, the Fire Brigades Act, it is the duty of Fire Rescue New South Wales Commissioner to take all practicable measures for preventing and extinguishing fires and protecting life and property. As such, you would imagine the operational needs of firefighters are especially important. Those needs are also important to the New South Wales community we protect. The FBU's recent campaign efforts saw huge numbers of professional firefighters engage the general public on this point. The campaign, When Time's Not On Your Side, We Are, was built upon polling which demonstrated that the people of New South Wales expect firefighters to be resourced and equipped with everything they need to get the job done safely. Several months ago, Fire Rescue released a report peer-reviewed by Monash University titled Adverse Structure Fire Outcomes 2016 to 2021. The report demonstrated a statistical significant increase of preventable fire fatalities, detailing a strong correlation between survivability in a structure fire and the response time from firefighters. The report supports the FBU's call to prioritise the operational needs of FBU members. The sad reality is, though, that those needs have not been met for some time. A report commissioned by the FBU through the University of Newcastle's Centre for Full Employment and Equity this year documents that the predominant new source of workplace stress came from what firefighters considered to be the mismanagement of the service. The report cites a growing sense of dislocation and distrust of the Fire Rescue New South Wales management, who are characterised by their workforce as careerists obsessed with achieving their own KPIs to advance their own fortunes while neglecting the needs and concerns of the operational firefighters. The overuse of consultants connected to a campaign to rebrand the fire service, the so-called Plus Plan, was considered to be the height of that disconnect, with consultants accused of having limited understanding of the actual demands of firefighting. There was a strong perception that the core values of the service had shifted from being a service to the community to a business mentality that prioritised spin and optics. For one firefighter, that meant, and this is, I quote, that we are two separate organisations and the station response structure now basically has to fend for ourselves. In budget estimates, Fire Rescue New South Wales stated that the millions that had been spent on the Plus Plan rebrand were unable to be accurately quantified. The rebrand, as explained by Fire Rescue, is about recreating identity. In reality, it is simply adding a plus between the words fire and rescue. To rebrand the work firefighters are already doing and the community has always recognised. From annual report disclosures, we can see that the use of several key consultants was extensive in creation and the execution of the Plus Plan. As I said, since 2016, disclosures in Fire Rescue New South Wales annual reports detail a 137% increase in Fire Rescue New South Wales expenditure related to consultants, and this is only what is required to be disclosed.
So recently the FBU committed to investigating Fire Rescue's use of consultants, and it's in an attempt to legitimise some of the expenditure that we're seeing reported in annual reports publicly available. Those investigations have uncovered some serious concerns, and we believe that they're relevant to the inquiry today. On the documents that have been made available through our GIPA applications and a NCAT tribunal matter that followed, we can state that those issues are substantive, and they include missing contracts for over an engagement of close to $500,000 of public money on at least one consultant, and that's the consultant that's been referenced this morning with Fire Rescue. Some systemic cultural and structural issues related to due diligence, good governance, and in particular record keeping. A failure to declare conflicts of interest for known and documented conflicts, or at the very least perceived conflicts. A lack of appropriate procurement processes to substantiate a required competitive process to appoint consultants. Significant overspends on consultants well outside of initial proposals. And the misreporting of consultant expenditure in disclosures in annual reports. As part of this investigation into the case study that we've detailed in our submission, we uncovered too that ICAC were made aware through a public interest disclosure of allegations of wrongdoing relating to a particular consultant engaged by Fire Rescue. And we've also got a copy of a redacted external investigation report into those matters. What that report confirmed, and that's in the appendix of our submissions, is that there was an intentional splitting of proposals and invoices to hide consultant costs under relevant procurement thresholds, and that this was both at the request of the agency, Fire Rescue, and it was also facilitated by the consultant. We've got briefing documents supporting expenditure extensions to an original contract that were misleading because they characterised this particular consultant as being pre-qualified under the government suppliers list, but they were in fact not at the time of the engagement. And we've also got some matters where Fire Rescue on the record in front of the Budget Estimates Committee have stated that certain individuals had no involvement in the recruitment of this particular consultant, but it would appear that documents we've obtained are contrary to that position. So our concerns have been documented and provided to the Information Privacy Commissioner, ICAC, the New South Wales Procurement Board, New South Wales Audit Office, the Ombudsman and Budget Estimates, the Budget Estimates Committee. We're not aware of further investigations and whether they've been undertaken by any of those bodies. We want to state too that we do acknowledge as a union that the use of consultants is an important aspect of public sector work in certain circumstances. But it is clear that poor governance in this space has reputational risks to an agency, both in terms of public perception and, importantly for us too, the notion of perceived organisational support. Firefighters undertake incredibly dangerous work, and it's researched and confirmed that the perception of support from senior management is very important, and it's a very minor assurance that we think the agency needs to provide these workers, and that's through just a demonstration that their priorities are suitable to the operational needs and realities of our members' work.
Thank you. Before I pass to Mr. Buttigieg, I just wanted to ask, firstly, thank you for all of the investigative work that you've done around this issue. And I think there are so many issues coming out around consultants that they come out because of, either the media or, a union like yourselves or someone else has done the work of actually having to find the information. And I think it's clear from what you've uncovered that this kind of branding and PR plan that cost Fire and Rescue so much money and was kicked off by this strategic plan sort of consulting work was riddled with problems from an internal perspective in terms of that procurement. What did you think watching this morning when we had the acting commissioner, I guess, accepting there had been failures in procurement with that previous branding exercise, but then discovering we've had almost $300,000 spent just in 2 months doing something very similar with Deloitte? Was that something that you knew about? And what do you think about that new expenditure?
Look, to answer one of the questions, yes, we did know. I'm trying to temper my words here. Look, I find it astounding. I really do. The FBU campaigned on a whole number of things at the last election. Part of that is obviously we have fire stations that are falling apart. We have fire trucks that are falling apart. We're nearly 300 firefighters short, which is now coming out, which we're working with Fire Rescue on. And then you find out they're about to spend $300,000 to work out how to get to 2050. Now, I'll tell you some of the ideas that came out of that. One of them was exo-frames for firefighters, AI, and robots in buildings to see if the smoke detectors are actually seeing a fire, having a fire or not. That's the sort of stuff that we're spending taxpayers' money on instead of fire trucks.
Robots
Robots.
to go in instead of firefighters to work out if a building's on fire.
That's what we're spending $300,000 on. Well, minimum $300,000.
What's the exo frames?
I have no idea. I imagine it's some sort of robotics that you strap to yourself so you can, I don't know, run into buildings. I'm not sure why we would need those. But again, it's just pie in the sky nonsense, in my view. This is on the back of we don't have a plan for to put a fire station in next to that airport that they're building out there in Western Sydney. Allegedly, Fire Rescue's missed that one around not knowing we need to put at least 5 fire stations out there.
What's the nearest fire station to that?
St Mary's, Oran Park. The reality is we need 5 fire stations out there as of next year. We haven't even bought the land. There's no plan to buy the land. There's no plan to build the station. There's no plan to source the money for the staffing, nor the trucks. So the plus plan really was no plan.
So the $300,000 to write this science fiction document that Deloitte was given, were workers, were you asked, was there any consultant? Was there any consulting by the consultants during that process?
We were asked to go along. My senior officer sub-branch secretary went, said it was a farce. We generally don't go to those things because we generally think they are a waste of time. We don't encourage those sorts of things. But yes, certainly the work that we've seen come out of it is not worth the money.
If I were to put a generous interpretation on it, could it be a function of the overhang of the previous culture prior to the election, where consultants were pretty much de rigueur on the drip, and because it's May, that decision was kind of made, and the new government hadn't found its feet yet? And would that be a fair assessment, maybe?
Yeah. Look, when I have raised it with Minister Dibb, he has said, look, a lot of these things were already in the pipeline and they'd already been signed off on, which is obviously problematic because it obviously goes against the government's view around use of consultants. But I think there's also, I was listening to Mr Hayes' evidence given around, no one wants to make that stand and make that decision anymore. We pay our public servants quite a lot of money to make decisions, but they would rather nearly offset that risk or offset making a bad decision by the use of consultants. Yeah. I totally agree with him, and around the points he was making around if you're not using your subject matter experts, which are your firefighters, are the people in the organisation, then you do end up with worse outcomes.
So this case study that you've helpfully put in your submission, and we discussed at length with Fire Rescue New South Wales this morning, which is kind of an emblematic example of where it can and has gone pear-shaped. And the question is, and we tried to explore this morning with the acting commissioner, who I think was very frank and honest in his evidence and helpful, is that how much broader is this problem? Like, are there other examples? And it seemed as though from the evidence, the best you could say was that there were branding exercises and all sorts of esoteric sort of PR exercises to try and convince, allegedly, the public. But I think, my view was that it was also to try and convince their own, the government. So the best you can say is that it's a misdirection of taxpayers' money at worst, because we don't have oversight of the procurement processes. The ELT, we don't know yet, but the ELT looks like it may not have known. The Risk and Audit Committee didn't know about it. This could be a much bigger problem, like as part of that whole Plus program fiasco. It's not just the Stigler money. It could be a lot broader. Is that the view of the FBEU?
Absolutely. I'll let Jonathan talk about briefly what we were doing in NCAT on Monday, but we're still having, Fire Rescue are now using counsel and paying counsel to stop us getting information about this matter. We asked for the contract. We heard Mr. Futrell say that a contract was signed at some point, but they're still fighting us in NCAT saying, well, we don't want to give it to you, or that there is now no contract. Do you want to briefly go there? Yeah, sure.
So the crux of this particular matter related to the case study and the submission is that the Acting Commissioner, Mr. Futrell, did state this morning that they have a contract. That contract is for an engagement period between 2018 and 2021. What is still missing is an engagement period between 17 and 18, which is almost $500,000, and how they substantiate that. And to answer your question in a roundabout way, I think we're not experts in this matter, issues of probity and governance and record keeping, but we're also taxpayers, and we represent members, as I said, in very dangerous lines of work. To state that you cannot find a contract is very difficult to believe. It suggests that either the contract never existed. Now, to raise payments, I understand, or we understand, to suppliers as a government agency, you need to create a vendor in your system. That vendor, according to Fire Rescue's internal documentation, has to have supporting documentation to demonstrate why one of, I think 4 people at Fire Rescue will create a vendor. It needs to be justified. And you can't lawfully, in our understanding, raise payments to someone without such justification. It raises questions about, even if that were the case, that there was no contract and $500,000 was spent, how did, say, the finance team reconcile the payments without a reference document stating that this person is giving us these services at this cost during this period?
Can I just tease that out a little bit? So you've got this table in here in your submission, which is helpful, on page 6, where you step through a comparison of the quantum spent in each of FYs 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21, 21, 22, and you do a comparison of the annual report and the vendor payment. So what you're saying there is that 16, 17, 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21, 21, 22 were all justified contractually with that supporting documentation to Stigler, but the 17, 18, where it's reported that there was a spend of $439,067 and the vendor payment was actually $424,510, a tick above, that particular spend, 17, 18, has no contract associated or any supporting documentation.
Not that's been provided to us through GIPA and NCAT processes.
Right.
I should clarify, what we do have is 2 briefing documents to the Commissioner with several key personnel signing off from Fire Rescue that extend an original contract, a further $66,000 and $150,000 separately in that same financial year, but the original agreement that is referenced is not been made available.
So this was this evidence that was kind of put on by the Acting Commissioner this morning when I teased this out with him, is that, the contract was sort of written in a way which allowed us to justify that subsequent expenditure. It didn't get. He's going to get back to us on the specifics, to be fair to him, but the impression I got was that they were using that earlier contractual arrangement to try and massage this money into it. Is that kind of where we're at the moment, in the absence of any documentation?
That's right, and we
Although
don't.
the amounts you just specified are still way under the 500.
Yeah, we don't contest that there was a contract for the 18 to 21 period, and that there was a request for quote through e-tendering that ties legitimate process to that expenditure, but as there is no documentation for the earlier expenditure.
Yep.
And I just want to reiterate the point that you can't raise the payments, is our understanding, without the contract. So that suggests that, as I said, either A, it didn't exist, or B, it's been lost or destroyed. And I think one of the take-home points from our submission and our evidence today will be that in the digital age, in the public sector, we don't believe that you can lose contracts. And we don't believe that an agency is not full of people with due diligence obligations and training to make sure that such things don't occur. So in a roundabout way to answer your question, this appears like it may be a cultural issue, and this agency has the appropriate framework, and these things still occur, which suggests that the problems might be more systemic.
Can I ask?
I'll
Sorry,
go on. Go,
sorry,
Sophie.
it's more a technical question. Thank you, Mr. Jury and Mr. Wright, for appearing today. Mr. Jury, you mentioned that, I think that you said that you had made a complaint with the New South Wales Procurement Board. Is that correct?
Yep. Oh, yes.
Yes, and was I right in hearing that there wasn't a response from them?
No, there hasn't been a formal response as yet.
Hasn't been a formal response, because we took evidence from members of the Procurement Board yesterday who seemed to indicate that they hadn't received any complaints. So I was interested to know that. Thank you.
So just back on this. So at the moment, this is subject to an NCAT hearing, is it? And FRNSW are briefing legal counsel, and in your opinion, they're withholding this information. They haven't definitively said we can't find it. They're just saying we're not going to give it to you.
They've said definitively that they cannot find it. They choose not to have a position on whether it existed or not.
Right.
Or suggest that it should exist.
I suppose some background to this as well. I mean, this process actually started last year. You know, GIPPers are supposed to take roughly 28 days or, you know, in and out really. We've had, I think, multiple different batches of information come at random times, even after they said that there's no more information, and then it turns up perhaps 2 weeks later with, you know, 50 odd more pages. It's nearly like someone's still searching around. But at the same time, they're also still not wanting to give us certain documents, which is obviously the contract, so which we're now in NCAT around.
Yeah. So going back to this table here, the purposes of the purpose of the table is to illustrate what appears to be a systematic attempt, and we touched on this in the evidence with the HSU as well, with this $50,000 threshold, where it looks like you have to report expenditure above 50, and then all you have to do is say who it was, how much was spent, and a title. But below 50, you don't have to worry, pretty much. So it looks like there in 16-17, the annual report stated that the expenditure was under 50, but the vendor payment was 47,556. So that's okay, that's accurate. 17-18, which was the stickler year, the year that we're sort of saying that's unaccounted for, 439 when the expenditure was 424, so not too much of a discrepancy. But then when you start to get into FYs 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21, 21, 22, there's 4 years in a row there where the annual report actually understates the payments made, and in 19, 20, 20, 21, 21, 22, it's all the 50,000 threshold. So the purpose of that evidence is to illustrate the point that there was a systematic attempt to misreport to avoid the threshold trigger of saying this is what we spent it on, here's the consultants.
Look, we don't jump to conclusions on a lot of this. As I said, we're not experts on it. All we say before the committee is that it's unusual on balance. We should probably mention that the annual report disclosures that we're talking about, they're tied to the Annual Reports Act, the Government Sector Finance Act. This is the information that the agency presents to the Audit Office for sign-off every financial year.
Yeah.
We as you say, we've got vendor payments, so that was a separate GIPA that sought to have Fire Rescue present line by line when and where they paid this consultant and to what amount. And when we crunch the numbers on that, whether we're looking at when the services were rendered or when the invoice was paid, we see pretty obvious discrepancies in their reporting. We don't know what that is about.
The Fire Rescue New South Wales, has this been put to them?
It's been put to the Audit Office. This information, the table, has also been part of submissions in NCAT, so Fire Rescue are aware of it.
And have they given you a response to date?
No.
Okay. So in terms of the broader issues we explored with the Acting Commissioner then, with the Plus Plan, the brand council, 500,000, are there any other examples where, aside from what appears to be a misallocation of public money, I mean, my colleagues articulated why they thought that was a misdirection of public monies, given, F plus NSW as part of it, when the public knows very well what Fire and Rescue do. In terms of probity and potential misuse of money along the lines of Stickler, are there any other red flags as part of that bigger plus pot of money that the FBU have come across?
Yes, so we watched this morning's proceedings with Fire Rescue in the inquiry, and I think they accurately suggest that there were a number of other consultant and big players in that period of time scoping the Plus Plan and putting it into practice, particularly the 17-18 financial year and the 18-19 financial year. Both sets of information is publicly available, but you've got consultants separate to the one in our case study earning almost another $500,000. All I can say is that in some of the documents we've received through the GIPA and NCAT process, the case study consultant, Dr. Stitka, that we reference, is one of several concerns that seem to be raised by the procurement team and Fire Rescue internally at the time, but that information is redacted to the FBU. It suggests, again, that there were systemic problems, but we can't comment. And this raises some concerns about the intent of things like the GIPA Act, which is based around transparency.
So there's evidence that the procurement, is it the procurement board? What's it called
Internally, there's the procurement team, I think.
The procurement team. There's evidence that they raise concerns, but you're not able to get the evidence of those concerns. Right. Either under GIPA or via NCAT.
And so one of the things I think the committee should, I suppose, take on as part of our whole submission is this has taken a lot of months to get to just here, and still we're getting things, that are redacted. We're still getting pushback out of Fire Rescue, and it nearly feels, and there's no reflections on any of these agencies, it feels that there's nowhere for us really to go, because if it's not big enough for ICAC, because ICAC have sort of looked at it, but and we can't get the help out of NCAT or even the GIPA process, well, there's obviously something that smells here, is what we're saying. And it's very hard to find someone to go, can you do this? Because at some point, it's actually not the FBU's, part to play in this. We obviously look after our members and so forth.
Well, this is the point that was made earlier by the chair. In the absence of media and upper house committees and unions, 99% of this stuff will go under the radar.
Correct.
I mean, that's...
What's the Minister doing? Have you asked Minister Dibb to undertake an independent audit and investigation of all these matters?
I understand the Minister's put somebody in to have a look at that, and they're putting together a report now.
Who's he put in there?
I'm not sure. I think he's chosen someone independent. Yeah.
Right. And just on that,
A consultant? Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Well,
Although they're doing a health check. I have spoken to them. But yes.
It's always a valid question.
just on that, how do you respond to those who defend Paul Baxter by saying, well, O'Connor Marsden reported on this and none of the allegations against the Commissioner was substantiated?
I think if you look at the documentation, it just says that something has gone on. Certainly the information that we've received from New Zealand, from GIPA applications that were made by the New Zealand service on behalf of us, talk to that this is actually a pattern of behaviour by somebody, because it's certainly happening in New Zealand as well as it's happening here.
And is anyone who worked on that investigation for O'Connor Marsden now working in a managerial role at Fire and Rescue New South Wales?
Look, it wouldn't be our place to say if we did know.
Yeah.
Well, you did say in your redacted submission, so I'll take the answer as yes. Are you aware that there are some concerns, the question of who will guard the guardians, about the actual independence and integrity of O'Connor Marsden, who seem to have almost a monopoly across the state government on conducting these probity investigations?
Look, OCM, as they're referred to, appear to be an external consultant. I think they're pre-qualified government supplier. We have inherited a redacted report from theirs, and that's about all the information we had to go off.
And this is the only one that we've set report that they've done. We have no other knowledge of any other reporting or probity issues that they look into.
We see a pattern, certainly over, hopefully this pattern doesn't get repeated with the new government, but we've certainly seen over the last decade or so a pattern of issues occurring within a government agency where sort of a scalp is taken, a person is fired, or there's been some sort of action of that kind, and then it's assumed that everything is fine now and we move on. This kind of, again, there's litany of missteps, and the questions that you've very validly raised here in relation to that procurement process in 2017, they can't have operated in a vacuum with just one person, could they? Are you concerned that there is a culture or a need to go and actually explore at a far more deep level what has happened at Fire and Rescue New South Wales and how we can prevent it happening again?
It would be hard for us to say that this operated, just by one person. It certainly looks to us that, and even now, we talked about we're still having this fight in NCAT, we're still having a fight around GIPPers. We've got about 18 to 20 GIPPers. We've just been told by Fire Rescue that they're turning them into one GIPPer, and they're now not going to look into that GIPPer because it's now too much work. That's the sort of systemic things that Fire Rescue are trying to do to stop us getting information at the moment. So to say, and this is after Paul Baxter has left, so to say that there are people in the organisation that are not necessarily listening to the winds of change that I think the government is trying to bring around transparency and governance, that there are people, probably not just in Fire Rescue, but in every other department. Certainly when I talk to other secretaries, they hear the same problems, across all agencies, unfortunately.
So acting commissioner this morning appeared to me to, which is one of the benefits of these committees, I guess, is really listening to these concerns and appeared to be quite concerned. But what you're pointing to is a deeper cultural issue that he's going to have to deal with if we're going to get beyond these problems.
Correct. Yep, either him or whoever gets the commissioner's job. I think they've got some work to do in that area.
And this GIPPer, just walk me through some of the detail of that. So you had 20 GIPPers in, and in order to because I think there's a provision in the Act whereby if they think it's too onerous or tedious or they haven't got the resource, they can say it's all too hard, sorry. So they've consolidated the 20 into one and said it's all too much. Is
Yes.
that, yeah, okay.
There is a threshold within the GIPA Act that requires that can provide an agency for some relief if they think that a single applicant, being the FBU, has put in GIPAs of I think the phrase is similar content. They can bundle those up, and then they can additionally reject a GIPA if it's a lot of onerous work. The problem is that these separate GIPAs aren't terribly related at all, which is again indicative of more systemic problems.
Yeah.
I guess now that this has become of interest to this committee and relevant to our inquiry, we could now be requesting Fire and Rescue New South Wales as a supplementary question to provide us with those documents you've been trying to obtain through the GIPA process. Perhaps that might be a way to shortcut this. Can do that, definitely.
In evidence this morning from the HSU, I explored this question about consultation with people who live and breathe the work, in terms of, like, we've got subject matter expertise who have obviously got their own agenda. Like, we understand that unions, rightfully so, advocate for members' wages and conditions, but there is a lot of synergies there because they know all about the workplace hazards, how do we respond to fires quickly, all those sorts of things, because it's their profession. What level have you experienced in terms of the FRNSW's willingness to bring the union on board to talk about how can we fix things? Because it seems to me as though, and this is replicated across the evidence across all agencies, there is almost a default position of, let's bring the consultants in because, number one, it outsources responsibility for decision making, and number two, it justifies how we can reduce the workforce. So there's almost a default position to go to that first, instead of, if we really want to improve things, we might want to talk to people on the ground first. What level of engagement has your experience been historically in that respect?
Up until 2 months ago, exactly as Mr. Hayes has, as you put it, terrible. They get to us, at the back end of things. Consultation is more about having a conversation and then walking out the door for them. Certainly over the last 6 weeks, we've seen, I think, a much more, I wouldn't say totally engaged, but they're certainly open to talk about things with us in a way that they've never done before. They're now looking at things, a lot of the conversations we were having about lack of firefighters. They've now identified that there is a massive shortage in firefighters. We're obviously going through our award process at the moment, and we're looking at a different consultation clause, which will be quite new, I think, for fire rescue, and that is that, that you come to the union at the start. We talk to our membership at the start of these things and hopefully come up with a better outcome.
Meaningful consultation up front rather than tick a box post-decision.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so those structures are all in place, like you have consultative committees and where delegates get to talk to management about this sort of stuff, but they're not used, or the structures aren't there either?
The structures haven't been there.
Right.
So we're about to set all those up once we get our award over the line.
Yeah, because I think there's this whole theme too, which we touched on earlier, about it's important that we get productivity uplift, and frontline workers get wage rises to recognise the work they do. But in the long term, I think the government's keen on productivity uplift, but in order to get the credibility to get people's buy-in for that, you actually need to show that you're not wasting taxpayers' money on consultants. Is it the same story in FRNSW?
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Latham, I think, asked Jeremy said it quite well. Everyone knows who's in a fire truck. Everyone knows what fire rescue. Everyone knows what firefighters do. We could have bought with how much money was it? I think 35 new fire trucks. Our fleet, got fire trucks in it that are over 24 years old. So, they're the stuff that our members go and get on and get injured by. what is becoming nearly every week now, and wasting money on consultants for no good reason.
So was part of that previous branding exercise, or the plus sort of PR exercise, to try and convince the government, which was kind of what the evidence was from the commissioner. Don't get me, I'm not going to verbal him because he did say it was about educating the public as well. But was a big part of it, in your view, trying to convince the government that, hey, you know, you're telling us we've got all these people on the books, all these fireys working, is it 12-hour shift now they work?
Yeah, different rosters. Yeah.
And they're not utilised for the full 12 hours because guess what? There's not fires all the time. Was that part of the internal bureaucracy trying to convince the government that, yeah, but you get good value out of them because they also do this, this, this and this?
Look, I believe so. I mean, it's I suppose it's no secret that the previous government didn't, totally underfunded fire rescue. We're 100 firefighters short than, when the Liberals got into power in 2011. Which has led to the massive understaffing that we do have now, the lack of fire stations being built or being even maintained, and obviously our fleet is an absolute mess. So yeah, I think part of that the Plus plan was to convince MPs that take notice of fire rescue.
But that begs the question: if you want to socialise this with your colleagues internally who are decision makers about money, Treasury, even the Minister, then don't you just go to them and have a conversation? Why employ consultants
I totally agree with you, Mr. Buttigieg. It's certainly what I do. It's certainly what I've been telling Fire Rescue to do for now. Even with the previous government, we took all these problems to a couple of different ministers, and was somewhat ignored by that. But no, I agreed. I mean, I don't think you need consultants to sell emergency services.
Mr. Hayes had a rule of thumb that he put on evidence this morning, whereby he believes that of the consultant spend, you could probably cut out about 80%. You still need 20 for boutique specialist services which are not resident. What do you have a similar figure, for a ballpark figure for fire rescue?
Probably not, but that sounds about right. There's obviously all bibs and bobs that are outside of, that are part of our organisation, like, designing new fleet and designing things like that. Sure, you might want to bring consultants in for things like that. But yeah, outside of that, we've been here for 140 years. Things don't change that much, funnily enough. You go from horses to diesel. We'll probably move to electric, but you still need to put water on a fire.
Yeah. And this, what about the other jurisdictions in Australia? The use of consultants in other states, is it better, worse, same? Do we have any eye over that?
No, we don't. We did analyse the what we could find on the consultants' expenses at Fire and Emergency New Zealand, where the previous commissioner had come from prior to 2017. We did find some similar trends that we're happy to go into if it's helpful to the inquiry. But the common theme between those two agencies was what appeared to be a desire to sort of recreate what firefighting it is. We go back to our opening statements. It's the core operational needs of our members that needs to be prioritised by senior management, and we can all but quantify what happens when the senior management don't do that. It's largely negative outcomes for firefighters and substantial issues of trust and faith and priorities. So, I mean, we haven't put a dollar figure on those, but that is also an expense as a result of getting your priorities wrong.
Thank you. I think that's all that we have time for. Sorry,
question.
please go ahead.
Just with respect, you cited the Minister's statement with respect to the Commissioner, or the former Commissioner, on his departure, and citing the use of consultants. In any of your 5 meetings with the Minister before the Commissioner was dismissed, or your phone call with the Premier, did you request that the Commissioner be dismissed?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So in any of your 5 meetings with the Minister before the former Commissioner was dismissed, or your phone call with the Premier following the election, did you request that the Commissioner Baxter, the former Commissioner, be dismissed?
I wouldn't have said that I asked him to be dismissed. What I would say is that I don't think he was very good for the organisation. We hadn't received all the evidence around our GIPPers back at that stage. Certainly if I had, I would have asked the Minister to do that. It looks like some of the behaviour is quite questionable. Certainly the evidence around that is. And like I asked even the member for Cootamundra to say that I don't think Paul Baxter's the right fit. My members, I think have seen through this person quite early on. They moved a vote of no confidence in the Commissioner nearly 2 years ago in the way that he was leading the organisation. But certainly, I've made it well known that I didn't think he was a good leader for the organisation. I don't shy away from that one bit.
Thank you.
But as for meetings with the Minister around that, we talk about, I suppose, a lot of different things. Part of that would have been that obviously Paul Baxter wasn't fit for the role, but also the train wreck that unfortunately the previous government has left fire rescue in.
Thank you so much for your time and your submission, and again, all of that work that you have done getting to the bottom of this particular use of consultants. To the extent that there are questions that were taken on notice or that there will be supplementary questions, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch and you have 21 days to respond. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Conference, let's just check that she... You hear us? Oh, we can't hear you. Let's just try again.
Yes.
Yes, I think we can hear you. Try again.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear
Excellent.
me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you very much. So I now welcome our next witness, Dr. Julia Anath, who is appearing by video conference from South Australia. Dr. Anath, as you were appearing from outside of New South Wales, parliamentary privilege does not apply to your evidence given today. I therefore encourage you to be careful about comments that you may make during the hearing and to the media or others after you complete your evidence here today. Could I ask you to start by stating your name and position title and then swearing either the oath or the affirmation?
Yes, well, I'm Julia Anath, and I'm a research fellow at Stretton Health Equity in the Stretton Institute, which is part of the University of Adelaide.
Fantastic. And either the oath or the affirmation?
Yes, I'll affirm that I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And did you want to begin by making an opening statement?
I did send an opening statement, but I can just recap that. I was thanking the committee for the opportunity to speak today, and I just wanted to say that my submission is informed by broader research that we're currently undertaking on the commercial determinants of health, or the systems, practices and pathways by which the private sector affects health. And these are many and varied, these pathways, but one we have found is the growing use of private consultancies in the public sphere. And of course, there will always be a need for occasions for this expertise, but the level at which it is now we believe has led to the hollowing out of the state, the public service expertise, loss of frank and fearless advice, and institutional memory, and a lot of conflicts of interest within this sphere. including a loss of taxation through different practices, a taxation that could otherwise go towards health and social investments for the public good. And we would say that managing conflicts of interest is very important, and it'll involve greater transparency, accountability, stronger regulation, and restoring the capacity of the Australian public service and providing strong whistleblower protections. So that's an overarching view. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your submission and for the work that you've been doing in this area. Conflicts of interest has become a large part of the work that this committee has been doing in this inquiry. I wanted to go first to this, what they call walking both sides of the street. Today it was reported in The Guardian, one of the findings that we had actually raised in a hearing last month in relation to EY being both a critical part of a policy document in relation to the future of gas in New South Wales, as well as being the auditor for Santos. Can you explain to the committee, I guess, why that matters and why that, despite a firm saying that they, put in place an integrity wall or whatever they're calling it these days, why that sort of, walking both sides of the street matters?
Well, it means that you really have to decide which side you're going to be on. You cannot really be working in the interests of both the public interest, the public good, and giving the same commitment to protecting the vested interests and the private interests of private corporations and other entities like that. It would be very difficult to straddle both of those fields, but also walking both sides of the street is also when you have companies providing, say, both auditing services and then also advisory services or supportive or facilitative services. And those are two very different areas where conflicts arise there, of course, as well.
Thank you. So I guess one of the more shocking things about the report from today is that EY are apparently saying that they didn't disclose this as a conflict of interest because they didn't see it as a conflict of interest. I'm not sure at what point we allow consulting firms to tell us what they think is a conflict of interest, but what is your, your view of that approach, that they didn't even need to disclose it because they didn't even begin to see it as a conflict of interest?
Well, the most basic understanding about having a key position and then a secondary position is, key interests, and then having a secondary interest that will take you over, so to speak. It is a huge conflict, and I don't know how that can be managed. To say that you don't need to disclose because you didn't understand is a little bit like I don't need to understand, or I didn't go to the trouble to understand. These are very important issues that should be, I suppose, people talk about ethics 101, that before anybody joins a business or a public sector role, it should be made quite clear and about what conflicts are and how you're easily compromised, and these must be disclosed, and you can disclose them, but it may not be able to prevent conflicts, but at least disclose them. And you really must know that you are up for a conflict. It should be quite clear from the beginning, really.
And even if it was disclosed, I guess should that work have been undertaken? Do we need to break up, in your view? Do we need to break up these firms to ensure that the auditing function doesn't bleed over into the consulting work?
Yes, there's a tax ethicist, George Rosdani. He's the head of the International Tax Ethics Centre in Sydney. And he talks about this, and many other commentators for many years have talked about these firms are too big to fail, and too big to indict, and they need to be broken into the the auditing arm and the other arm of advice and on tax and other issues. But not only should they be split that way, but the firms themselves should be split into more than one firm. They should be at least 8 entities out there in this field to allow for proper competition and the firewalls between their roles, so that if one does have to be litigated against and does have to fold up, there's still plenty of competition. And that's my understanding from reading the international literature, is governments are too frightened to indict or too frightened to let companies fail, a little bit like the banking crisis in the 2007 and 8 in America. These entities are so powerful, they apparently appear to be more powerful than government sometimes. So that view is quite widespread about the need to split these firms, both in number and in roles.
I think that's one of the bits that we sort of haven't really focused on, is that, you talk about, we've been talking about the role of these consultants and consulting firms and being influenced by what else they're doing. But I guess the other way, you talk about this concept of too big to fail, which, as you say, has been used, basically, predominantly in relation to the banking industry post the global financial crisis. But in terms of the importance of preserving that audit function as an independent and accurate and ethical enterprise, that has actually become incredibly important for the operation of the financial markets. And I guess there is a risk, isn't there, that if, and perhaps we won't see it until there's another crisis, but there's a risk that we uncover that audit function isn't working as well as it should be, and that then has far greater impacts on the financial markets.
That's right. I haven't got the actual details here at the moment, but I remember reading about the global financial crisis was exacerbated in the US because the consulting firms or the auditing firms were selling so-called packages of financial goods to people, and then also auditing to say that those goods had resulted in a perfect audit. There's nothing to show wrong with the books when the books were actually wrong. And of course, it's always the poor people that suffer, the poorer people who suffer when from their job losses and things like that, when companies fail because the books are wrongly audited, and or they have these cosy relationships. So that was a big problem in the global financial crisis, to say everything's all right here when actually it wasn't. And auditing services have to be 100% in the public interest and correct, not something that can be sort of glossed over.
Thank you. Can we talk a bit about this management of conflict of interest? Because I think it is one of these terms and concepts that's not very well understood. And a lot of the reaction we've had so far when we've talked about conflicts of interest with witnesses in this inquiry, who we potentially feel like they haven't managed their conflict of interest well, is that they say, well, I disclosed that. and as though that's the end of it. So you can, as long as you're excluding yourself from specific decisions that include, a particular past employer or another interest that you have, then that's fine. But what we've been seeing on the local health district boards in particular is, even though an ex-consultant sitting on that board might not be giving work to the firm that they used to work at, there is a bias, I guess, towards giving consulting work potentially. Is that something that you've uncovered or looked at in other areas? Can you talk to us about that?
A little bit like people with like interests are going to, say, people with particular private interests supporting private enterprise, say, above the public good, are more likely to refer to people with the same value systems. These people could refer to research institutes or places that will give frank and fearless advice in the public good. But you'll often see this revolving door between people from one consulting group going to another, or from consulting groups going into government, and vice versa. So one commentator I heard talked about this sort of boundary slippage as being like a solvent dissolving the boundaries between the public and the private. So the more private firms that come into the public sector, the more attuned to those interests become the public servants, the less skilled they are, and things like that. So there is maybe an automatic bias towards your own, whoever you see as your own, whether it's another consulting firm or another big business. So I think it's very hard to say you disclose a conflict and that's that. How is that going to really colour what you do in your work? It's one thing to say, oh, by the way, I must declare that, I have a particular relationship with this person, but it's not going to affect anything, the values of what I'm going to do in this work. So I think it's very hard to keep that separate.
I'll just check. I think Mrs. Taylor has a question online.
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to be waving, but thank you very much for coming today to give evidence. I'm also online. I'm just interested in fleshing out a bit more your comments then about conflicts, and that it's one thing to declare them, but then to think that that's over with is probably it would demonstrate that it's not effective. Perhaps potentially you mentioned relationships. If people do declare an interest and they've got responsibility over something and they have a relationship, how then, once they've declared that, should they manage that? For instance, some of the original evidence that was given to us by the Independent Commission Against Corruption and when one of our hearings said that to manage those, you need a transparent plan of how you're going to manage that conflict, and then that plan has to be continuously reviewed. That was their evidence that they gave. What would be your comments on that, just in light of what you've just said about how difficult it is, particularly when it's relationships?
Yes. Well, that transparent plan is something that I understand New Zealand has. It's called a procurement plan, and I've got it here somewhere, where they need to have every year, they have to declare all of their procurement, and through a very transparent policy, looking at, it's called the Procurement Capability Index Framework. And this is what people have to follow, looking at the strategies and outcomes, commercial and social outcomes of what they do, governance and assurance, risks and benefits and all of this planning. And every year they have to go through this to see how they've been, managing procurements in New Zealand in a very transparent plan. Yes.
So, Ms. Neff, I ask you this question. If there was a situation where an individual or an organisation or a local health district was not wanting to make that plan transparent and not offering that up as a plan of management to deal with a conflict of interest, would that raise red flags and alarms for you?
Well, I think anywhere that didn't want to disclose or have a plan or an idea, I wonder why that would be. And that would, I think, raise a red flag. I'm not talking about a particular health network or anything like that, but anywhere that doesn't want to disclose or be transparent, it would worry me. But
so it's important as well, because then if you can see the plan and the plan is transparent about managing the conflict of interest, there's nothing to hide.
There's that's right. That I would imagine at some point somebody that has got very deep conflicts in some way, and I can't think of a hypothetical scenario, but should maybe just recuse themselves from taking on a role. If it's going to be very difficult to negotiate, even if there's a plan out there, a clear plan, I don't know how how you can't be necessarily captured by these conflicts, but it would be a matter of having a plan, having it rigorously checked, and being open to defending your position. Maybe that would happen, but I think you see a lot of situations where people, even within Parliament, they'll recuse themselves because of conflicts or in business or even in research.
Thank you,
Professor.
Thank
Can
you
I
very
just
much, Mr.
can I?
Ross, for that those comments and
Could I just ask a
one
supplementary?
would hope.
Could I just ask a follow up on that, Professor? Because we have explored this in previous evidence. I think there's a qualitative judgment. I think that would be made in terms of there's public organisations, like we've heard evidence from local area health districts and various organisations and agencies within government, whereby it's very, very important that a conflict is declared and that the public are aware of that, because of the nature of the bureaucracy, where the public wouldn't normally be predisposed to or privy to what the agency is, let alone a potential conflict. So it's important that that thing's put up front. When it becomes a subject of matter in the public arena and it becomes politicised, it takes on a different nature, doesn't it, by virtue of the politicisation of it? Would you accept that?
Well, it depends, I suppose, on what the political angle is in the press or in the public sphere.
So my point is, just to tease that out a bit, is if the subject's been very well aired in the public arena via media and the Parliament, that in itself provides an extra layer of scrutiny, doesn't it, on the issue itself?
Well, yes, it lets sunlight in, I think is the term, but it depends on whether the information out there is truthful or whether it's misinformation, deliberate or otherwise. Just because it's in the media, it doesn't necessarily mean that the public are getting the right story. But if the media is doing its own frank and fair
faithful reporting, yes,
work, proper reporting, then I would imagine that should be seen as a positive thing.
Yeah.
But
And I suppose too, further to that, when the media is pursuing something, that it's even more important to be transparent.
That's right. Yes,
So-
and the media to be properly doing their job as well. Yeah.
If I could just bring it back to another
This was a good line.
Another issue that we have been discussing. We've been talking a lot about how we've got a lot of consultants and ex-consultants sitting on government agency boards. And we're talking about this sort of conflict of interest register and the processes that they might follow and whether they have a management plan for managing conflicts, etc. But we've also discovered in the course of this inquiry a huge number of consultants being involved in boards not in an official way. So we now know of a thing that they're calling the observership program that PAWC is part of, and also of these sort of mentoring arrangements where consultants have access to board deliberations without being board members, and so they're not subjected to those standard sort of directors' duties and conflict of interest expectations. Who should we be looking at in those circumstances to regulate what would create some sort of conflict of interest, you would think, in that scenario, or at least some potential for information to flow back into the organisations that they're working for?
I would say that stronger regulation in any field is the role of government, to not be sort of undermined or allow itself to be undermined by private interests. We see this sort of thing happening around the world. People getting I think they say getting a seat at the table. Big commercial actors getting a seat at the table, whereas NGOs or civil society people don't get the same right to know what's going on. And so there's a power imbalance. And it's the government's role to come up with proper regulation, not only of consulting firms, but other huge corporate entities, banks, whatever it might be. It's the government's role. It can't really be a smaller player because it's a democracy. We should be expecting our governments to take on the responsibility to be ahead of and more important than enormous financial giants. So that's how I'd read it as a sort of a lay person, as I'd want my government to be there for the public good and not allowing people to inveigle their way into their deliberations who haven't been voted in or haven't got public backing. So I think it is the role of government. I don't know how that would be done. I'm not in that field, but who else other than government can do it unless it's an independent board, but then who pulls together an independent board, who has the say on who's on that independent committee. So there's all those questions. Ultimately, the government is here for democracy and for the people.
So do you think there's a case then, I guess, just in that sphere of looking at the New South Wales government agency or government sector boards, public sector boards, there's I guess, two questions. Is there a case for greater transparency over who exactly is attending those meetings and in what capacity of boards? But also, is there a given what we are seeing as this kind of overuse of consultants in New South Wales, should we be looking to restrict the numbers of consultants who can sit on these boards or advise?
Well, if they're going to have consultants on a board, they may well have some valuable information to offer government, but that should definitely be balanced by having somebody supporting the public interests, civil society actors, the same as in any setting. There should be a balance. Otherwise, you're going to have vested interests having much more power to influence government than the broader community, representative of the broader community. So I wouldn't say you should never have a private consultant on a government committee if that person is called upon very strict basis for some particular expertise, but there shouldn't be a right to be sitting there and having equal power to our elected members. If you're going to have consultants being invited, then you do need to have, on occasion, civil society or public sector actors being included.
Thank you. That's very useful. I'll just check if any of the other committee members have any further questions at this point. Just ask you, Mrs. Taylor, if you've got anything further online. Nope. Don't think so. Excellent. Well, I think that that winds us up for today. Thank you so much for coming along and giving us the benefit of your expertise and for your excellent submission. To the extent there are supplementary questions, we will be in touch. Ordinarily, there's 21 days to respond to those. So thank you very much. That
Thank you.
concludes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This
Thank
part
you
of
to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes this part of the hearing. We will be back at 2:30.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. So I now welcome our next witnesses from the Accounting Professional and Ethical Standards Board. Could I please ask each of you to state your name and position title and then swear either an oath or affirmation?
Thank you. Nancy Milne, Chair of the APESB. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Channa Vijayasinghe, CEO of the APSB. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to begin by making a short opening statement?
Yes. Thank you for inviting the Accounting Professional and Ethical Standards Board, APESB, to appear at this inquiry. APESB develops and issues professional and ethical standards for members of the Australian accounting profession. It is a public company limited by guarantee that functions independently of the accounting profession, governed by a board of non-executive directors. APESB has developed a robust, comprehensive suite of Australian professional and ethical standards, which are benchmarked to the international standards issued by the International Ethics Standards Board of Accountants, IESBA, and the International Auditing and Assurance Standards Board, and which codify global best practice. Compliance with APSB's Code of Ethics and ethical standards is mandatory for members of CANS, CPA Australia and IPA, the member bodies or professional accounting organisations in Australia. APSB is also a significant participant in the development of the IESBA's International Ethical Standards, which are contained in a Code of Ethics that is adopted or used in over 130 jurisdictions, including substantially all Western economies. APESB CEO Channa Vijayasinghe, who is with me here today, is a public interest board member of the IESBA and participates directly in the international standards development process. APESB's mandate is to develop and publish ethical standards. It does not, and I repeat that, not include monitoring or enforcement activities, which are the province of the member bodies. Our Code of Ethics sets out fundamental principles of ethics, which underpin the profession's responsibility to act in the public interest. These principles establish the standard of behaviour expected of a member. The fundamental principles are integrity, objectivity, professional competence, and due care, confidentiality, and professional behaviour. We are disappointed with the observed ethical failings in the conduct of large firms providing services to government. We are especially disappointed that the reported failings have occurred within firms that have been required to comply with the Code of Ethics and the ethical standards of the APSB, which are clear in respect of fundamental ethical obligations, including maintaining confidentiality and identifying and addressing conflicts of interest. It is our view that it will always be possible to improve professional standards. However, failures to observe appropriate ethical practice will not be prevented without processes that will ensure compliance with standards, which requires a robust system of monitoring and compliance and the imposition of appropriate sanctions upon the few who fail to comply. Last week, we held a workshop with some key stakeholders to consider how the current regulatory framework can be enhanced, as we believe that the current arrangements are not working and a package of measures is required. I'll hand over to Channa now to talk about those measures that we are considering.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. So the potential measures, and these are APSB's preliminary views of measures or actions that might be taken to address the issues that have arisen in the accounting profession, which needs to be further researched and consulted upon. The first one is provide legislative backing for APSB's ethical standards by moving APSB under the oversight of the FRC, consistent with the other Australian accounting and auditing standard setters. APSB should develop a standard that focuses on large firm culture and governance in the Australian environment based on the UK FRC's Audit Firm Governance Code. APSB, in conjunction with ISBA, work towards strengthening the global code on issues that impact firm culture and governance. APSB considers the development of a professional standard for management consulting. Enhance transparency of large firms by requiring them to prepare general purpose financial reports, including remuneration disclosures, and subject them to audit. Establish an independent body to monitor all professional accountants who are not subject to statutory regulatory oversight, including taking enforcement actions where appropriate. This body should prepare an annual report of its monitoring and enforcement activities to enhance public trust. Enhance the existing ethics module of the professional programs and continuing professional development by increasing the coverage of APSB standards. Whilst notable recent events are associated with large international accounting firms, we anticipate that the inquiry will encounter issues with professional and ethical behavior that are not confined to the accounting profession. Accordingly, we encourage the inquiry to consider the opportunity to establish a rigorous code of ethical behavior that would be applicable to all firms or persons that contract with and provide any form of professional services to government. We support this inquiry and are happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Let me start by saying I absolutely hear you when you say that the APSB does not have any monitoring and enforcement powers, and I think as part of this inquiry, we've been really focusing on this network of sort of quasi-regulation. I guess we have this sort of self-regulation model within these firms, it appears, with multiple bodies being responsible for members, and then we have, as you say, the APSB setting standards of behaviour expected by members of those bodies. When we look back just in the last few months and all of the attention that the industry has had on it, we've had obviously the PwC tax advice scandal. Before that, we had the KPMG Tahi debacle. There was the PwC education investments issue, the EY Broderick report into workplace culture, KPMG defence contracts issues, Deloitte's misuse of confidential government information, this cosy relationship between all four big firms and the tax board, including hosting tax board meetings in Big Four offices, Deloitte's failure to disclose a conflict of interest to Home Affairs, and also with the Australian National Audit Office, the information reported today in relation to Ernst & Young and the Santos conflict, Deloitte's misuse of government information 9 times last year and 18 times the year before, KPMG's 88 internal complaints about staff conduct last year, majority classed as code of conduct breaches, Deloitte's 121 instances of misconduct in the last financial year, with 13 including partners and 78 instances the year before, and accusations during this inquiry by the Audit Office of loss leading on auditing of local governments. That's just some of what the public has heard. You say that you were disappointed by some of these revelations. I think a lot of Australia is furious. And being on this inquiry, I'm getting increasingly more furious. Does this meet the standard of behaviour expected by members of the accounting profession?
No.
When you listed out your sort of recommendations or the potential recommendations for how we might turn things around, some of those were sort of standards for management consultants, things of that nature. But in terms of what is glaringly obvious that it's missing is that aspect about enforcement and monitoring. So, and I know that you touched on that, but can I ask you, without that piece, without somebody actually, acting as someone who's able to deliver real consequences for wrong behaviour, are those codes of conduct worth much?
Look, I think that they're worthy, but without proper monitoring and enforcement, it seems that we're not going to have a situation where they are going to be voluntarily adhered to by some members of the profession. And I mean, I make the point that the accounting profession is a very large profession, and the instances you've identified seem to be within the larger firms. And I think there are even at those firms, there are a lot of very good people who are adhering to our standards and other standards. But it's clear that there is a systemic problem that needs to be addressed. I mean, it's not dissimilar in many ways to what was unearthed in the Banking Royal Commission. I mean, the parallels are quite apt, and we think there needs to be some real action.
Does there need to be structural reform in terms of breaking these big organisations up?
I'm not sure that will actually solve the problem, and it may cause other unintended consequences. For example, one of the benefits of having these large firms is that you do have access to specialist knowledge within those firms that is able to be accessed, for example, in audit or even in consulting. So I think if you look at what the UK has done, there may be some examples there of how you can have some form of separation that isn't actually throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
I think when I left uni and I went into law, I remember at that time very clearly, law firms were law firms, banks were banks, accounting firms were accounting firms, and accountants that those firms, they did accounting work and audit, but it was the management consultants were very much a different type of beast. We now have these accounting firms that are so far beyond their sort of original formation, taking on management consulting. We have, I think whatever you will of this, but I know when I read that, I think it was Ben Roberts-Smith had been offered a job at PAWC as a partner. There's so many people now who are getting these partnership positions in these what were accounting firms that don't have any accounting experience. A lot of them have government executive experience, or and they're going in, but they're still wearing that same badge that these very sort of well-respected at the time accounting and auditing firms used to have, sort of trading off of that reputation that accountants and auditors had for integrity. Is there a need to wind that back? If we were to, when we're talking about splitting up these big entities, sort of hiving off that consulting arm, I guess, from that accounting and auditing work?
I think that's difficult, not impossible, but as I said, I think there are some advantages in having the different fields of expertise under one banner. But it is something that probably requires more consideration. And of course, there is a federal government parliamentary joint committee that's going to be looking at those issues as well. But Channa may want to say something about this too.
Yeah, so I think with respect to the separation, when you look at the turnover numbers that the firms disclose in their transparency reports, you would see that the audit business is roughly about 15%, and then the non-audit services to audit clients is about, let's say, another 7 or 8%, and you round it up. Say 25% of the business is coming from audit clients and 75% is coming from non-audit services to non-audit clients. So I think you need to address the 75%, and that's where like a lot of the recent problems have been unearthed. And the audit side is probably more used to regulation. They have ASIC coming and overseeing the activities as well. So I think if, like, while the UK has gone the route of virtual operational separation by having separate governance boards over the audit and non-audit businesses, which at the moment only applies to the Big Four. It's I think you have to address both, like the consulting side as well as the audit part of the business.
So just to clarify, in a sense, when you say the audit and non-audit side, so the audit side and then ancillary services, do you include taxation and the like in that, or would that be in the other 75% that would be?
No,
out
it
there?
would be whatever you provide for the audit clients would be in that.
Okay, whatever you provide for the audit clients. So then if you've got a range of... So how much would you say, for instance, a Big Four would be on accounting products? So whether it be taxation or whether it be audit or the like, it would be covered by your membership base effectively, or people who are governed by your rules through one of the 3 constituent membership bodies?
I can't say what the numbers would be because those would be with the member bodies. We don't have any membership data as such at the APSB. Just going by the transparency report, that's what I can gather is that the audit and the associated non-audit services to the audit clients is roughly about 25%.
Because there's the theory, in a sense, is that there's recourse in terms of people who are covered by your rules, people who are members of the constituent bodies, even though that regulatory framework may not be ideal, that there is still some sort of form of recourse. Whereas, as we've discussed in this inquiry already, if you're an economist, there's no constituent body, and we heard that evidence yesterday. If you're providing general advice, there's no constituent body that you need to be a member of either. So it's just trying to get to that, in a sense, in terms of where the recourse is for any breach that may occur from such people, and what rules govern them in their operation with government as well.
So that's why one of our recommendations is, like the accounting and auditing standards are law under the Corporations Act, to also make the APSB standard law. So then you would be in effect breaching the law, and then there'll be consequent penalties for that.
But would that then apply to people who weren't working in an accounting capacity?
Would depend on the legislation.
Yeah, it would depend on the legislation.
It would possibly be open for legislation to make that provision.
I guess, though, that's a really good point, because it brings up, the difference. We heard this before, the difference between, for example, the legal profession. The lawyers are subject to a bunch of rules and requirements, and the consequence of not complying with those rules and requirements is being struck off and unable to be a lawyer anymore, or to be a practicing lawyer. I think part of the problem we have here is that every time we ask anybody a question about their use of consultants or of accountants, they come back and say, oh yes, but they're subject to all these rules. They sign off to say that they abide by this code of ethics, or they abide by, and it creates this self-regulatory measure, creates this, what I see as a kind of a false assurance that these people are bound by those rules. They're bound to act in an ethical way, But what we've discovered in this inquiry and through the Senate inquiry is that they're not really bound because there's no consequences if they don't do the right thing. So that kind of sets the accounting, it sort of sets it apart in a different way then, I guess. We're looking at these consulting firms, they have the air of regulation without actually being regulated in practice. Do you think that's fair to say?
Yes, I do.
If we were to give legislative backing to the APSB rules and guidelines, presumably, and apologies, I don't know what the AASB looks like from a governance perspective, but presumably the board itself would have to be constituted in some way or overseen by government as well. Is that how you would envisage it?
We would envisage it. It would be similar to the way the Auditing Standards Board operates and the Accounting Standards Board at the moment.
So if we had that, so then at the moment, can you tell us what you said you've got an independent board of sort of non-executive directors. Where are they sourced from at the moment? Would you expect that would have to change if there was a legislative framework?
The current arrangements are that the APSB is company limited by guarantee. Its members are the three accounting bodies, CANS, CPA and IPA, and they are responsible for funding. Each of those member bodies under the Constitution is entitled to appoint 2 directors, and the chair is then appointed by those directors, and the chair cannot be an accountant or member of any of those bodies. So therefore I'm a former lawyer, not an accountant, and I'm appointed by the other 6 directors. Each of those directors is fulfills a non-executive capacity and acts independently of their appointing body. And in practice, that's how it operates.
So, thank you. That's really useful. Jump in, Dr. Kane, if you want to. So, if we did have that, so that would then address those people in these consulting firms who are members of CANS, CPA or IPA. I guess, and this is what you were getting at before, but then that leaves those sort of people who are management consultants working within these firms. And so is the proposal that you were talking about before that we would end up with some sort of additional code that would govern, or some sort of standard behaviour that would govern those people within these firms? And if so, would that be something that the APSB would be responsible for, or are you proposing a different body for them?
That would be one possibility. I mean, obviously this is something that requires further consideration and exploration, but it would be one possibility that the ethical code and the standards could be expanded. At the moment, we're dealing with a related situation in relation to sustainability. Sustainability obviously involves many other areas of expertise than accounting, and there are a number of inquiries going forward, internationally and nationally, in terms of what sustainability standards and obligations will look like. There is an attempt internationally to make sustainability standards, which I think are being, and Channa will correct me if I'm not right here, but sustainability standards which are being prepared at the moment by the International Sustainability Standards Board to make them profession agnostic. So that is consideration going on at the moment about those kind of developments. Obviously, that sort of expansion would require further thought and consideration, but it's something, given what's happened, that we think is well worth putting in some effort to see if something could be developed. It may involve APSB, ultimately it may involve another body, but there's certainly, it seems to us that there's probably a need for something like that.
If I may add, so in Australia currently, APES 110 is referred via ASA 102, the auditing standard. So effectively all auditors in Australia needs to comply with APES 110, whether they are member of a body or not. And then separately the SMSF audit regulations also refer to APES 110. So effectively that's the code of ethics and independent standards that corporate auditors and SMSF auditors need to comply with. Going back to Nancy's point on sustainability, so the International Ethics Standards Board has made the decision that they are going to develop the sustainability, ethical and independence standards, and particularly the independent standards in a professionally agnostic manner. And for disclosure, I'm on the Sustainability Independence work stream at ISBA. And that is because IOSCO, the international regulators, have said you can't develop this and limit it to accountants, because globally there are a lot of people involved in sustainability assurance. So you need to open it up so that accountants and non-accountants alike can access this. So that is the reason why ISBA is developing the sustainability independent standards in a professionally agnostic manner.
Can I ask a follow-up question? So at the moment, the sustainability example you're giving is an example of a type of professionally agnostic standard. It's not, you're not suggesting that somehow what we're talking about here is going to be captured in that, more that that's a model. Thank you. Just wanted to check.
And it's really interesting because, I said before about how some of these consultants come into these firms and appear to have no particular professional experience previously, but then there are people within these firms who are accountants and lawyers and, everything else altogether. And so there are, it's a real mixed bag of expertise sitting within these consulting firms. So if there was even a suggestion that if you were employed by one of these big firms, that it wouldn't matter which kind of professional body you were subjected to, you would have to comply with this sort of overall code. That would certainly seem to be a start and a step in the right direction. Is that something that you have seen in other jurisdictions? Other than the sustainability issue, are there other? We can't be the only people grappling with this now. Are there other jurisdictions that have, I guess, that we can, Mr. Primrose isn't here to ask this question, but is that we can look to as the gold standard for how we might be regulating these consulting firms?
I can't off the top of my head think of an example where it's directed at consulting, but generally for auditing, the way they do it is like the UK FARC issues. So the UK FARC is both standard setter as well as they are involved in monitoring and enforcement. So they issue ethical standards which will apply for public company audits regardless of who does it, because it's in effect law. So the only way you can, I think, get it to apply to everyone is by legislating.
Of course, government could also have some requirements in their procurement arrangements, and we would see that as something that is certainly a good opportunity for government, because I suspect any legislative change is going to take a long time. But
Can you clarify what you mean by that? So in our procurement processes...
So we could require membership or an adherence to
Yes.
a standard or the like as part of procurement
Yes.
pre-qualification.
yes.
Just so in terms of your body, so and just Googling on this, so 2006 you were set up by both the Chartered Accountants and also CPA, is that correct? And the Institute of Public Accounting became a member at some point or part of the organisation. Just looking in terms of the expanding that brief to consulting services and the like we're spending a lot of time talking about the Big Four here, but of course the constituent members of Chartered Accountants or CPA are much broader than the Big Four. And I imagine sort of suburban accountant may say, well, this really doesn't impact my business. I shouldn't be paying for a regulatory system or contributing to a regulatory system for consulting as well when that doesn't impact what really should be my membership in accounting. Is there perhaps another organisation that might be needed in terms of that management in consultants where it does cross across a whole range of disciplines potentially?
Certainly a possibility, I think.
Or circumvent and just regulate. I mean, you don't necessarily need a third party. You don't, from what I'm hearing from you, you don't necessarily need a third party body if you do some direct regulation.
This paragraph here in your submission, monitoring, enforcement and collaboration with regulators, so you make the point that that APESB does not include monitoring enforcement. The three professional accounting bodies and regulatory authorities, i.e. ASIC, ATO, are responsible for monitoring and enforcement. Are there any examples you're aware of where this sort of monitoring enforcement has happened on a frequent or large scale, like the ATO? So who is it actually? Is that a reactive system where someone would bring a complaint to ASIC or the ATO and then they would do something about it, or is there proactive oversight?
So at certain points, ASIC and ATO might come to us and say, we need some strengthening of the standard, and then we would take action. For example, we were looking at the non-assurance services provisions, and based on international standard, as well as some representation from ASIC and ATO, we strengthened it, and a new standard became effective from 1st July 2023. So in those instances, the ATO and ASIC officials will come and speak to us and tell us certain things they are observing and where to strengthen. They might give suggestions to the board on where to strengthen the provisions, and then the board will take it on board and work on the provisions. So they may not tell us about the actual cases, and particularly the ATO is very careful on their communication.
But if there's a systemic problem, they'll come to you and say, we think there's a gap that needs to be...
Yeah.
But then if you've got no enforcement powers, they're kind of outsourcing responsibility to you, aren't they, in a way? Like they're saying, look, fix all this up so that your membership are aware that this is the new standard. But at the end of the day, if I'm an accountancy firm that wants to game the system, I'm like, well, they've got no real enforcement power, so as long as I don't fall foul of the ATO or ASIC, or I'm right. You know, like I can, seems like there's systemic weaknesses in the government's defence here.
Well, once we change the code, as I said before, because it's already referred to by an auditing standard, which is a legislative instrument, and it's incorporated in the SMSF regulations, which refers directly to APS 110, it's the law. Then ASIC and ATO can take whatever action necessary.
So they're kind of aligning your criteria with their requirements so that it's prosecutable if they want.
Yeah.
But we don't have any oversight on how many of those, like how proactive that is, I guess. No.
And presumably won't help New South Wales either if it's the ATO. They won't be...
It's probably also worth mentioning monitoring. And monitoring is within the realm of the professional bodies, CANS, CPA and IPA, and they each run a quality review system or regime whereby they do actually, as far as we know, they actually do review most of the smaller and medium practices within the accounting profession. And I don't know whether it is worthwhile for the inquiry to actually look at the quality review regimes a little bit more. I don't believe that the Big Four have been subject to the quality review program for some years.
Interesting.
Does that mean it's opt-in?
No, I don't think it does mean it's opt-in, but...
they're in the too hard basket.
They've obviously been... There's been something that... I don't know. Do you know why the Big Four aren't part of the quality review program?
So I think if you step back about 10 years ago, which was before pre-merger, ICA did do a quality review report and showed what the quality review activities they had undertaken. It was an annual public report which sort of fell away after the merger. And then I think they came to an understanding with ASIC that, because ASIC is reviewing, then it's a bit of duplication, and then I think at times there were surveys done and light touch reviews. But the problem with that is ASIC's mandate is over audit. ASIC's mandate doesn't cover other areas.
Right. Yeah, okay. Can we just go back to that suggestion you were talking about before in terms of, because I'm quite interested in things that we can do to improve matters in the short term, but when we look at the procurement processes, even if we were to put for government to have a new requirement that consulting firms that did business with had to, see themselves as compliant with a particular APSB, not just for their accountants, but also for their consultants within the firm. We're kind of doubling down on the same thing that's been happening in the past, decade, which is a ticker box of getting these consultants to assure us that they're doing the right thing, but there being no consequences for that breach. Is there any part that APSB could play in terms of rules for its member bodies to follow when it comes to a breach of these? Like, could you put out something that basically says a bit of guidance for those member bodies that when there is a breach of these standards that we expect from your members, that they actually face some consequences?
I think that would be a substantial change to our current remit. I mean, I guess it's not impossible, but it certainly wouldn't fall within our constitutional remit at the moment.
Which is, of course, directed by the very bodies that you would be seeking to...
Precisely, and I think that's one of the reasons why we see that that situation should not continue. I think it has to be remembered that the professional bodies did a very good thing in actually saying we will fund this organisation and bring it into existence and enable it to function. But time has moved on and there's probably a need for some kind of evolution.
Absolutely. Are there any other questions from any other? No? Thank you so much. It's been really useful hearing from you and having the benefit of your submission. I'm also really heartened to hear that there's been some proactive moves to try and work out what a better regulatory system might be, and that's been incredibly helpful to talk through some of those ideas today. To the extent that there were questions taken on notice, or there might be some supplementary questions, you'll have 21 days to respond to those, and the committee secretariat will be in touch. But other than that, that concludes our hearing for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.